Pradėti. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the annual conference Health for All. Hopefully, you all are healthy and doing well, and there should be around 400 of us connected here today at some point, together with more than 20 speakers, leading scientists, researchers, and business representatives. Today at the Health for All conference, we'll be talking and discussing telemedicine, AI innovations enabled medical devices, blockchain electronic health records, and other ways of improving health outcomes in the world. My name is Lukas Karaitis. I am a freelance science and technology communicator, radio and TV show host. You might see me at LRT Plus Mokslo Sriuba or Žinių radijas Skaitmeniniai Horizontai. I'll be your virtual host of today. Hopefully, help you all to keep it all simple, clear, and friendly. And if you have any questions at any point for the speakers, you can ask your questions next to the YouTube stream, and I'll be sure to ask those questions to deliver those questions to the speakers. I'm saying hi from my hometown, from village of Lekėčiai. That's why you can see this blurry background with a lot of things behind me. Say, where are you saying hi from? Or where are you from? Vilnius, somewhere else? I see Job Matthew is saying hi to me. So interesting. Where are you connecting from? And just let's keep the chat alive. So this is where the action happening, since we can't meet together here somehow offline. Anyway, health and medicine has been a hot topic for over a year now, and digital health, digital diagnostics, prevention, and generally innovations in the field are only accelerating both science and business-wise. So today we have an exciting opportunity to hear announcements from health professionals, data providers, and innovators that are reshaping our interactions with the medicine. Today we'll have some presentations, then a short break, then a panel discussion, and followed by two very practical presentations after lunch, so don't run away. And at 3 o'clock, we are going to have a pitch session, 2 minutes for pitches and 3 minutes for pitches and 2 minutes for questions and answers by the judges. So be sure to be there and listen to the ideas that the guys prepared to pitch today. Also, you are free to check 3D Innovation Exhibition in the event website at any time. And tomorrow is the day for scientific sessions. So don't forget that if you're into it. So yeah, I'm watching the stream. It's happening. We are connecting more and more. So once again, say hi if you can. Where are you connecting from? So we can just check the chat stream function if it's working, if you can hear me well, and so on. Yes, and before we begin with the presentations, let's hear from Professor Rimantas Benetis, Director of Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, who would like to welcome you, all of you, to the event.
Well, dear guests and participants of the conference which is held in our facilities, though it's you are coming from different remote areas like Oxford University, like Belgium, like Germany. It is great pleasure to host you here. The framework of the conference and meeting, like Health for All, this year is dedicated to the main subject, which is called digital health. Being a medical professional myself, whom dedicated all his career for cardiac surgery, I am very well aware of the importance of artificial intelligence, data collection, data analysis, robotics in only our field of cardiac surgery. It would be very difficult to imagine the future of medicine and, in fact, the daily life of medical specialists today without inputs of artificial intelligence, data analysis, means of digital health and robotics. If you explore even further this field, you can see how symbiosis of artificial intelligence and robotics might change the world of medicine in the nearest future. And it is extremely important that the medical specialists, they are acquainted with the many technical details and possibilities of artificial intelligence, for instance, or robotics, what can be used in the treatment of our patients today, and of course, what it will bring in the future. Learning those things in the medical university is also of paramount importance, because it will generate new ideas, it will develop understanding of this knowledge for our students, because they will be working within 5 years after the residency. So we have to negotiate and change our study programs within the university, already adapted to those changes in the technical field. Again, it will be interesting to discuss whether our students and specialists are ready for this discussion, and hope this meeting will bring also some exhibitions online, and there will be some topics discussed which are very hot today for the specialists, both on the medical field and in the technical field. And hopefully, as a task of every similar meeting is to find some colleagues, to find some similar minds and work together in the nearest future. So I wish this meeting all the best success, and again, I'm very grateful to our colleagues from our university whom are organizing and hosting this meeting within the walls of Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. I'm very proud of it. Thank you very much and good luck to everybody.
Thank you, Rimantas Benetis, Director of Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, for the welcoming word. And thank you all for saying hi in the chat from Klaipėda, Vilnius, India, even Kaunas. So it's nice to hear that you're connected, that you're watching, that you can hear me, and so on. So much nicer when we are online to know that you are here. And now let's begin with the presentations, with the main part of the conference. And we are going to start with Maxine McIntosh. Maxine is a postdoctoral fellow between the Alan Turing Institute, the Health Foundation, and the University of Oxford. She is currently working on exploring the boundaries of what we define as health data and how we can infer how healthy or sick people are based on their financial, geospatial, social, and transactional consumer data. Maxine is also the co-founder of One Health Tech, a global volunteer-led grassroots community that supports and promotes underrepresented groups in health innovation. She has worked across a range of organizations, including the World Health Organization on artificial intelligence policy, L'Oreal scientific team, and technology strategy in Roche Diagnostic. She's a part number of communities and committees, including a board member for the European ASSN, a World Economic Forum's Global Shapers, the Churchill's Fellowship, the British Computer Society, and previously she sat on the DeepMind Health Independent Review Board. She also really likes fancy dresses. That's a short bio by Maxine McIntosh, who's going to talk about how to make machine learning work for all patients. And I'm saying hi to Maxine. Hi, Maxine, can you hear me?
Hi, Lucas. I can hear you very much for that introduction.
I can hear you and see you well. So how are you? How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm calling in from London this morning. It's surprisingly very sunny here. And I'm really sorry that my Lithuanian is nowhere near as good as all your English. So I feel very embarrassed.
Wow, and no problem at all. You can speak some Lithuanian now. I'm surprised by that.
No, I can't even speak any Lithuanian. We were doing the tech check yesterday, and one of your colleagues was helpfully coaching me a little bit.
So yeah, so I think Lithuanian must be even harder than all the scientists that we are talking here today about. So by the way, it's also sunny here in Lithuania, so hopefully it's going to keep it that way, and we can enjoy some of it in the evening. So Maxine, the microphone is yours, the floor is yours, and we are listening to what you have to say for us.
Amazing. Right, I'm going to just do that slightly awkward thing where I do a bit of a switch and share screen, presuming that you can all see that.
Yes, we can see it.
Lucas, give me a wee bit of a nod.
Yep, yeah,
Perfect,
we can see
great.
it.
Perfect, thank you. So thank you all for having me in for the kind of fantastically organized event, and I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person, but I'm really looking forward to tuning in for the rest of the day. And thank you, Lucas, for already being a wonderful host. I can see us that we're going to be in great hands throughout the whole day with you. So I wanted to talk to you over the next sort of 20 minutes about setting the scene on how we make artificial intelligence or machine learning work for all patients, i.e. how do we address some of the main inequality and inequity issues that are raised from AI. We spend a lot of time talking about the exciting potential and how shiny and new it can be and how it's going to solve all of our problems. But I think if COVID has taught us one thing, is that it's really exposed the stark inequalities that exist in our world. And so it's a kind of more pertinent conversation than ever to talk about how we make sure that machine learning benefits every patient, regardless of where they are from or who they are. So we've obviously had a wee bit of an intro from me. I guess just to give a bit more color as to the position from where I'm coming at this from. So very much my day job is number crunching, cleaning horribly messy large databases, brokering partnerships between different types of consumer data companies and research institutions. And as Lucas said, my kind of newer research interest is how we can make better use of all the data that's collected in our mobile phones, in our transactions, in our online footprints, and how we can use that for health. And that's a kind of very quantitative, programming heavy, scientific heavy way to spend your time. But the thing that actually gives me the most joy and that I love spending most of my time doing is in this organization called One Health Tech. So One Health Tech is a distributed, volunteer-led grassroots community. We operate via a number of distributed hubs. We'd love to see one in Lithuania. And the main aim of the community is to improve the accessibility, diversity, inclusion, and a representativeness of the health innovation sector, because we really strongly feel that, as Lucas said, that the world of health is changing enormously, and we need to make sure that the right voices are at the table for it to be as effective and as equitable as possible. So we run events, we do mentorship programs, we do lots of the things that communities do, and we make sure we try and have fun whilst we do it. And so for me, this presentation in the next sort of 20 minutes is a blending of these two themes of my life. It's the data component and the kind of deep passion I have for reducing health inequalities. So I'm just going to acknowledge that given that you've all tuned into this conference, that everyone kind of knows that machine learning is changing healthcare. I hope that most of you have in some way or another interfaced with some of those changing roles, and that mostly that you're excited about it. But the thing that I really want to make a point of is that whilst I presume that everyone knows the various benefits that could happen from machine learning in healthcare, I want to make the point that there isn't something inherently good or bad about it. It really is a matter about how these tools and techniques and methods are applied in a way that's considerate of the environment in which they are applied. And so it's not simply as good as machine learning is good or machine learning is bad. So I think many of us have seen numerous headlines of they are not always applied to healthcare, but I think we've seen these more and more where you see these biased AI systems coming up. And it obviously doesn't just happen in health. I think for them, but Microsoft obviously a couple of years ago had a little bit of a PR disaster when they created Tay-Tay robots, and then within 24 hours, unfortunately, this Twitter robot was effectively a sort of racist neo-Nazi. And so these things can just happen, and it's because the world is represented in these data sets that are incredibly complex and incredibly biased and misrepresentative and skewed in ways that we can't imagine. And so obviously healthcare is no different. Healthcare deeply represents people's everyday interactions, and humans are complex, the world is unfair, and so there's absolutely no reason why the technical systems that we've built should not represent. So one of the kind of main things that when people say we need to get rid of bias AI, this is all about we just need to eliminate bias. The sort of single favorite answer that people like to provide is it's simply about diversifying your data set. And whilst making sure that your data set is diverse is kind of important, I guess, it's just simply not the be all and end all, and it's certainly not the whole answer. Mostly because what does a diverse data set mean? A data set that's diverse in the UK will be a very different data set to what's diverse in Lithuania. And it's very, very context specific in terms of the questions you want to answer. And simply it's looking at the diversity of your data set and who's in it is such a narrow way to look at how we think about biased AI and biased machine learning. And so I find that this fixation on if you just simply get more people from underrepresented groups in these data sets as the single answer, I find it very frustrating because I think it misses the point that actually this is a super complex problem. And so more specifically, there's an entire pipeline of decisions that get made when we think about health AI challenges. And at every single one of those decision points across the whole pipeline, across the whole complex puzzle, there are core fundamental decisions that get made that can potentially bias a system. And you can see how this would propagate, like a tiny decision about the way you would construct a question throughout then all of the applications of your tool will simply get amplified and exacerbated at many points. So I want to basically take you on a bit of a journey over the next 15 minutes where I just take you through a couple of those segments where when you're thinking about a health AI problem, what are the key decision points and the key decision boundaries and the key areas of concern that you should be aware of, and that where you should hopefully after this presentation check yourself a little bit to say, actually, have we thought about this carefully? Because actually it is more complicated than simply diversifying your data set. So starting at the beginning of thinking about a health AI question. The way that most people would start with a question that they want to answer is saying, what problems are we actually asking? So this is a really obvious thing to say, but you can, from the outset, I feel in the health AI space, we slightly set ourselves up for failure. So there are kind of three buckets, in my opinion, and a lot of this I've taken from some fantastic work from Irene Chen at Harvard, who I think is an awesome student, and I've got a huge amount of time for her, and this kind of blends some of my work as well. So what actually gets funded in the world of health and AI? So this is all nested, in my opinion, within this kind of global health funding inequity. So there's this 10-90 rule, which I'm not sure you're familiar with, but it's the fact that 90% of the world's funding gets spent on 10% of the world's health problems. So just to give you an illustration, 26 of the poverty-related diseases account for 14% of the global health burden. Whereas when you look actually about what sort of problems get funded, those 26 poverty-related diseases account for only 1.3% of the global health funding. And you see this across all of the space, the fact that the things that have big burdens on society that, for example, are often in low to middle income countries simply do not get funded. So if already from the outset, we're not investing in the problems that matter most to the world and that are traditionally underfunded, you can see how quite quickly you end up investing more heavily in areas already heavily invested in. You can see this as well in neglected conditions. And I don't mean neglected conditions which you could argue might be neglected because they're really rare, like a rare disease. I mean neglected conditions like women's health. So women account for 50% of the population, but when you look at the way in which women's health has been invested in, it's been so underinvested in, which is mad to think that that's the case because 50% of the population is female. So for example, endometriosis, there is a sort of horrible condition that many, many women live with, but we simply don't know what the prevalence is. The estimates range between 1% and 10%. And I honestly feel like by this point, we're practically guessing the burden of endometriosis on women across the world. And because it's so difficult it's been women's of research. And the third thing that I think frames all this in terms of what gets funded is data-rich environments. We love problems that have, I've just had a notification saying my internet is unstable, remains unstable. Count on Lucas to come in, tell me to turn off my video.
It's all good. We just had maybe 15 seconds of bad connection, but otherwise it's good. So if you could start with your last sentence, that would be great.
Fine. I just flag if it happens again. So data-rich environments. As machine learners, we love to have health environments that have loads and loads of data in them because it means that we can crunch lots of information. But what that means is that if you are in areas where there is not a lot of data, where, for example, you still have paper records, or in the case in the UK, we have these tertiary centres with highly, highly specialised equipment, where there's loads and loads of data going through it, but they're not dependent on these really big legacy systems, then quite often you end up basically solving machine learning problems that affect a tiny proportion of people because they're using highly specialised machinery. The second kind of main bucket, which I think frames how we set out the blocks in machine learning and AI and health, and we kind of set ourselves up a little bit for failure, is who answers the questions in machine learning and health that we care about. I think we probably by now should know that the workforce across machine learning is very, very non-representative. Fewer than 10% of machine learning engineers are female, 11% of digital health entrepreneurs are female, less than 1% of professors in the UK in this space are Black. That we know that the diversity of our workforce who are answering these questions is not representative. And that matters for a very concrete scientific reason. And it's the fact that researchers tend to work or are more likely to work on problems that they can directly understand and relate to and work in. And so if you've got lots of privileged white women or men who are working on the problems that they see as most relevant, then understandably you can start to see those issues that maybe affect individuals from more deprived backgrounds be neglected really quite soon. The third bucket flag is about incorporating lived experience and or how questions are constructed in general, but especially around incorporating lived experience. So we like to say that we include the patient voice, but we're really terrible at it. And there's one study which I just wanted to flag, which I thought was a brilliant demonstration about how deep learning can be used when it deeply incorporates a patient voice for better health equity. And it was a study by Peterson and Obermeyer. And they basically took patients with huge amounts of pain that actually the gradient was by your ethnicity for osteoarthritis, i.e. Ethnic minorities were experiencing more pain in osteoarthritis, but there was no obvious signal from their x-rays as to why that would be. So these researchers trained a deep learning model on the x-rays and found it to be hidden to the human eye reasons as to why those particular ethnic minorities were experiencing more pain. And that was only picked up by 9% of clinicians, but 43% of the model. And so what that means is the model was able to pick up concrete objective measures of pain in these patients, which humans themselves were not able to. So there are silver linings to AI being used for good. And then the last thing I wanted to flag is how we define an outcome. In machine learning, a thing that we use quite often is something called an area under the curve, which is a balance of sensitivity and specificity, i.e. how much do you accurately correct you've picked up a case versus how much what proportion of the time you've picked up something that's not a case or not a diagnosis or a kind of a negative. And in the real world, it's never simply as we just want to balance the two. These are complex health economic situations that have real ramifications on populations. And the decisions you make at that point in terms of what the success metric that your AI is going towards, like what does winning for that AI mean, is such a core fundamental decision that gets made at the beginning that has real ramifications on health equity. So what data we're using. So I don't want to spend too long on this one because I think this is the thing that people know the most about, but this is about the representativeness of data sets. And I think we would be wrong not to spend a little bit of time saying that these are important components in the puzzle of what makes a bias system or not. So we've got some data set specific challenges. So for example, randomized control trials, we know have really, really aggressive exclusion criteria. I think that there was a study done whereby they mapped the exclusion criteria of asthma patients in an asthma trial against the true heterogeneity of asthma patients. And they found that based on their exclusion criteria, 94% of asthma patients would be excluded. So we know that RCTs have a really high standard of what is acceptable for inclusion in a trial, certainly first in man. And that's kind of okay. We've got to do that at the early stages. But we know, and we've seen this time and time again, that specific groups, so particularly women and particularly people from deprived backgrounds, simply do not engage in those sorts of research because of historical abuse of trials amongst certain ethnic minority populations. Or, for example, there was a study done in Denmark that found that the opportunity cost for women to engage in research because of predominantly caring responsibilities meant that it was simply not practical or viable for them to engage in clinical trial research based on an RCT method. You've got electronic health records, which was mentioned at the beginning, a fantastic data set to use for machine learning and AI, right? But that means that presumably that's a fantastic data set if it's captured the whole population. So in the UK, we have an electronic health record covers about 98% of the population. We have interoperability, but we've got at least a little bit of interoperability between the different systems, but we have really good coverage. Lots of countries are not in the same position. So, for example, in the US, there was strong evidence that Black and Hispanic patients who were on Medicaid simply were not engaging in health providers that had digital records. So that means that we're going to be building these fancy models on these big electronic health records, and simply there are going to be some people, depending on where you are in the world, that are never going to be captured in those models. Another one, which is the thing that I'm working on at the moment, is around consumer data. So the mobile phones, the banks, the online activities. And I think that I don't need to say that the digital literacy required to engage thoroughly and meaningfully and at a high velocity and high frequency in the consumer data world definitely is privy to people who have robust access to the internet, with unstable internet, who high level of digital literacy and who are super digitally engaged, which just means that the more models we build on those sorts of populations and those sorts of data sets, the more likely we're going to be excluding already silent populations. This can be the same for population-specific ones. So trans communities often not captured in electronic health record or administrative data. It's often just seen as binary. There's no question about whether their sex has changed throughout their lifetime. Undocumented migrants, certainly pregnant women. The number of silent populations that we don't find in these data sets anymore means that we're not really capturing the true heterogeneity of the existing population. And the third point is just around disaggregation. Like, we're just not very good at disaggregating data. And I know it's like in France and Canada, they simply, well, by and large, it's not really, mostly it's analyses cannot be disaggregated by ethnicity, which means it's very, very difficult to work out if there are any ethnic or racial differences in the way in which health and care resources are being used or being taken advantage of. So what approaches we're applying? So this is a little bit more technical, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I don't think everyone here loves machine learning as much as me. But there are some kind of big questions that arise in terms of the approaches, and I'm going to just focus on two here. So one is around confounding, and the second round is around feature selection. So confounding is the effect of a feature on both independent variables and dependent variables. So basically it means that it's a facet which kind of interacts with both the exposures and the outcomes. And so ethnicity would be a really good one. Like, you're not going to be like how you incorporate ethnicity into a model is a hugely sociological, philosophical, anthropological question. So there was a study done by Vyas and colleagues, and they found enormous variability with which people included ethnicity in a model. Is it do they adjust for ethnicity? Do they include it as just a feature? Do they remove it altogether? There isn't necessarily a right answer, but if we accept that something like ethnicity captures big societal questions and is a big latent structure of things like poverty, then we've got to think much more carefully than just the fact that it could be seen as the same as your blood pressure reading. And I think increasingly we're finding that models that don't take into account confounding based on things like protected characteristics are increasingly not performing very well. The second one I just wanted to flag is around around feature selection. So lots of these data sets we use, massive numbers of features, massive data sets. You kind of need to cut it down to make it a bit more realistic that you can analyze it properly. So often we'll use a thing called feature selection, which is a mechanism by which to drop some of these features to make your data set a bit smaller. Often in things like Lasso, we'll drop features that are collinear, i.e. features that are intrinsically related to one another. And time again, when I've been looking at the research and looking at when I've conducted feature selection, and I look at the features that have been dropped compared to the ones that have stayed, the ones that have been dropped so often tell me so much more important context about what's happening to a patient. And I've certainly found myself not just blindly dropping for the sake of better performance, but really looking at what gets dropped and why. Another time I'll tell you about the other things. And the last thing I wanted to kind of tell you in the journey of the pipeline of asking machine learning and health questions is how they monitor long-term impacts. So we have to look at model generalizability. We have to look at, if you train your model in one environment, does it perform well in another? And you've got to do that in a safe setting. You can't wait for your model to be live somewhere to do that. This is not a new concept. We're very used to this from an efficacy versus effectiveness context in the kind of pharmaceutical world. This is not a new concept in the machine learning world either. Simply documenting what you've done, making your work reproducible is such a fantastic first step as well. So there's a huge amount of secrecy. People like to say, oh, we've just built an AI, and they give you no detail. And it's so important to really, really articulate exactly how your model was built so that someone else could A, copy it, but B, challenge it and improve it and find places that potentially you had incorporated a bias you hadn't meant to. There's obviously a whole area of work around post-model deployment. So how does this model actually fare in the real world? How are we checking on it? How are we making sure it's got the right gates? Are we including it into clinical practice? How are we evaluating? How are we seeing if the model drifts over time? All those things are very, very live conversations at the moment. And again, not new in the world of policy making and practice guideline decision making. We're very used to reevaluating. We're very used to thinking about we reevaluate doctors all the time. We're very used to thinking about impact assessments for policy implications. And there's no reason why AI in health should be any different, with a specific focus on whether protected characteristics or groups from certain demographics are being affected more or less than others. So I'm just going to go to, there are 4 steps right now that I think we could all take. And so these are taken from a paper that I wrote with some colleagues in Lancet Digital Health, which is all about how we could be more anti-racist as a health data science community. And I'd say there are kind of 4 main takeaways that you could think of right now, and as long as you also think about the whole pipeline. So one is just simply educating yourself about how race, gender, generally protected characteristics, science and statistics interact. We're sitting on a huge history of institutional misogyny and racism and exclusion, whether we like it or not. Most people maybe in this room know, but you've got to be aware of the hundreds of years that have happened before us. Secondly, actively seek out diverse and representative perspectives from patients, the public, and integrate these into research. So anyone who's done any sort of clinical medicine will absolutely know this. The patient voice is so paramount. And in this case, it's paramount because it's right, it's the right thing to do, but also it makes your science so much better in the way that you ask questions, in the way you prioritize questions, and the way you construct these models within a very, very live and sensitive environment. Thirdly, absolutely collect and report disaggregated protected characteristic data. It's so mad to see how different results can look very, very, very different once you start to stratify or disaggregate by populations who you think could be underrepresented. And just to be completely clear, every region, every country, every part of the world, underrepresented, it means something different. That there are very different underrepresented characteristics across different countries, and that's also okay. But if you simply don't collect it in the first place to then disaggregate it, it's very difficult to know where those problems might be. And lastly, I absolutely encourage you to take action at an organizational level to improve poor diversity in the health data science space. Think about, the Professor Benitez said at the beginning, really think about training, think about how you are training the next generation. Are you making it as inclusive as possible? Are you providing the right bursaries? Are you making sure that the health data scientists of tomorrow are not going to be the same as in the previous years? And just to remind you that obviously it's not a simple problem. You can't just diversify your data set to address all this. So thank you so much for inviting me. I hope you enjoyed the kind of whistle-stop tour through how to make your AI and machine learning work for everyone. And I hope you have left realizing that it's much more complicated than maybe we think we are. And simply, it's not just about diversifying your data set, but there's a real pipeline, including from the questions being asked, the data set being used, to the methods you developed, to the way you address the post-deployment challenges. As I said, I would love to have any further discussions. So if there's anything that's been said today that you'd like to chat about, please do drop me a message at maxine@onehealthtech.com. Thanks, Lucas.
Yeah. Thank you, Maxine. Thank you very much for the presentation. A round of virtual applause goes to you from the audience. And it was very interesting to hear about the approaches that you use in detangling this bias in data. I'm looking at the chat since we don't have any questions yet. So I have one. So this narrative about the data sets that can be biased in machine learning has been here for quite some time, I would say, at least as far as I'm following it. So what do you think? How much has been done in this field? Like, are you positive about the changes? Do you think that this bias in data sets and machine learning, the problem is, is getting enough spread, enough light in the field, in the scientific field? Because I heard scientists talking about that for like 3 or 4 years now, and I'm wondering, is this only talks, or is it also works behind it? So what do you think? Is it getting better? Do more professionals know about it and know how to deal with it?
Yeah, I'll be succinct because I'm aware that we're running out of time. So yes, and I think that the main thing has been when you've combined, certainly I don't know if this is the case in Lithuania, but when you've combined the effect of COVID that had a disproportionate effect on ethnic minorities in the UK with the Black Lives Movement, there were very, very real, immediate, concrete implications of not getting it right. So for quite a long time in the UK, we didn't disaggregate data by ethnicity. So we had no idea that certain ethnic groups were dying at a higher rate than white populations. So I think it quite quickly moved from being a thing that people like to talk about at conferences like this to a thing that has incredibly real world implications, and people were dying at a very fast rate because we hadn't done it. So there's a silver lining of COVID that it's, I think, given the system a bit of a shock.
Okay, we have one more questions from Monica. I know we are a little bit over time, but we'll catch up. So Monica is asking, existing medical data is not fully exploited because of privacy concerns and restrict access to this kind of data. What could be done to open that data?
Oh my gosh, that's such a big question. I will cheat by saying that we have a thing called the Caldecott Principles in the UK, and they are all the principles by which we should use data sensitively and carefully and take privacy concerns into practice. And the last Caldecott principle, I think, is the most important one because it articulates the fact that there's an opportunity cost in not using data. And so I think we're very good at looking at the lens of privacy and risk, and that's shaping everything. And I think that this last Caldecott principle says there will be risks, there will be privacy risks, but you've got to also think about what's the risk of not using that data? How many lives will be lost if you don't look at that data or you don't share that data? And I think that shifting that is a really, really important thing because, yeah, there will always be risks, but do the risks outweigh the benefits is the question.
Yeah, so thank you. And thank you, Monica, for your question. If you want to follow up, I think you can connect with Maxine directly and maybe ask more questions. And we want to catch up with the program. So thank you, Maxine. Thank you very much again for your presentation, and best wishes to London, and have a good day. Yes, so we just had Maxine McIntosh, and now we are going to have next presentation by Steve Vanderput. He holds a master's degree in electrical engineering and a PhD in biomedical engineering, both at KU Leuven, a research university in Belgium. After his research activities, Steven held several positions within the university, ranging from project manager of multidisciplinary research and development projects towards research manager and innovation manager, being responsible for all industry interactions and tech transfer activities related to biomedical data and analytics. Steven is passionate about health, digital technologies, and innovation, and is also a holder of a Master of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship and Innovation Management. Since January 2019, he joined BMedTech, the sector federation that represents the industry of medical technologies in Belgium, where he is advisor for extramuros and digital health. In that function, he also coordinates the mHealth Belgium portal. And Steven is going to talk about mHealth Belgium, a joint initiative for digital health by government and industry. So I'm saying hi to Steven. Hi, Steven. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Hi, Steven. Good to see you. Good to hear you. Can you share your screen with your presentation?
Yes, I'll take over.
Yeah. So, yeah, we are about to see your presentation. So we can see it all. I think just I'm giving the microphone to you, and let's hear from you. And I'll be back for some questions by me and by the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome all. Good morning. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks for inviting me to speak here and to explain you the mHealth Belgium initiative. The previous talk was more about technology. This talk will also look to digital health, but more from a policy level point of view. How can a country, in this case Belgium, build a policy that encourages the use of digital health, but also create awareness, recognition of digital health tools, mobile health applications, and even allow them to be reimbursed on a national level. As already mentioned, it's a joint initiative for digital health, both by government and industry. What this means, I explain later, but let me start with one number, 318,000. This is the number 1 year ago, more or less 1 year ago, of the total number of apps in the different app stores worldwide that are available within healthcare. Healthcare in the very broad sense, going from coaching, wellness, lifestyle, fitness applications, but also medical apps, medical applications. And of course, it's important to know how can you use these apps? How can you know which of all these tsunami of apps is credible, has a certain level of trust, confidence, and a real value? And that's why mHealth Belgium comes in the picture. Let me first briefly explain very high level what is mHealth Belgium. And basically, it's a portal, a website, www.mhealthbelgium.be. You can easily have access that provides information in 3 languages, in Dutch, French, and English. Dutch and French, the 2 national languages in Belgium, but also English to have it more widely accessible. And we want to give information to, on the one hand, the broad public, the patient, being average citizen, and also the different type of healthcare professionals, ranging from pharmacists, general practitioners, but also all type of specialists. And what type of information do we want to give? We want to give information about mobile health applications that have a certain level of confidence because they fulfill criteria that are made by the government. Which criteria? I explain in the next slides. So basically, it's a portal where we list apps, medical apps that fulfill certain criteria in different levels, because it's a pyramid structure. You will see in the next slides how the pyramid looks and what the criteria are that comes with every level. To make clear, basically we grant a quality seal, a quality label to apps if they fulfill criteria. We don't check every app, out of these thousands of apps that are around. We don't check them individually and give them a label or a score like other initiatives do. It's up to the companies, to the IT developers, to the providers of these technologies to register on the portal. And then we act as a kind of notary. We check whether they fulfill criteria and we grant them the quality seal, and then they get listed on the portal. So we don't do a full market scan. That will not be possible for us. So it's a bit company driven. But how has this initiative, mHealth Belgium, grow? So there, I'll take you back, let's say, back in time, and to see where it comes from. We have to look to the Ministry of Public Health that already made in 2013 a 5-year roadmap on e-health, and what we should call nowadays more digital health. And that roadmap, roadmap 1.0, had already to be reviewed in 2015, and then they came with 20 action points. And out of these 20 action points, there was one on mobile health. Nowadays, we are already in the e-health roadmap 3.0, but the ML Belgium is an outcome of a previous action plan. And what does this Action Point 19 aim for? It really aimed to create, or it aimed to integrate ML applications in the Belgian healthcare system. But they wanted to know how can this happen, and they saw it's an upcoming technology, those mobile health applications, but it also requires the shaping of a framework to assess the quality, the privacy, to deal with the evidence and so on. So they wanted to investigate and explore how could such ML applications be integrated in our healthcare system. And they did this in a stepwise approach. They started with a call for pilot projects in different topics, in different pathologies that took place. Those pilot projects were subsidized somehow, so got some funding. And those pilot projects were driven by healthcare professionals, healthcare organizations, healthcare institutes, but often with a company or a technology included. Those pilot projects, there were 24 out of the more than 90 submissions who were selected, and they run for all between 6 months and 12 months. That happened in 2017 till beginning of 2018, and then when they all finished, they needed to do an end evaluation, and that end evaluation made clear that there is a need for a validation model. And that validation model was then the launch of ML Belgium in autumn 2018. At that moment, in autumn 2018, it was just an initiative, ML Belgium, but it only became a real platform since beginning of 2019. I already mentioned that we speak about a validation model, and that validation model looks like a pyramid. It's a validation pyramid, and that validation pyramid has 3 layers. 1, 2, 3. 1 is the broad basis, and that's where it all starts. 2 goes on top of it, and 3 is the narrow point of the pyramid. So that means that every application that fulfills criteria starts in level 1. When doing fulfilling some extra criteria, you can rise into the pyramid, I apologize, to go to level 2, and from level 2 you can go to level 3. So the pyramid structure clearly visualizes also the broad basis and the narrow top, and there is a clear hierarchy. Level 1 is about being CE certified as a medical device. So here it is important we make a difference between the mobile health applications that are medical devices, that do medical claims, and that have a CE certification as a medical device and follow as such the medical device directive or the medical device regulations, which comes with a lot of requirements you have to fulfill. Level 2 is about the connectivity. It's more about ICT criteria and being safe connected and doing safe communication. And level 3 is then dealing with can you show socioeconomic and clinical evidence, and if so, then you will get reimbursed on a national level. This is high level how the pyramid structure looks like. Now, in the next slides, I will tell you a bit more who is involved, because this is a multi-stakeholder initiative, and with multi-stakeholder, I mean there are different industry federations involved, but also different healthcare authorities in Belgium. In the center, you have BIMEDTech and Agoria. I belong to BIMEDTech, the sector federation of the industry of medical technologies. There is also Agoria, which is also a sector federation on a Belgian level for the ICT industry, for the technology industry. Those 2 federations, they do the daily coordination. They did the full implementation of the platform, and they do the daily coordination. But they don't do it as industry alone. They do it in collaboration with the different healthcare authorities in Belgium. And those you see from left top, mid top, and right top. The abbreviations doesn't matter really a lot, but there are 3 different organizations involved. That's on the one hand, for level 1, the Federal Agency for Medicine and Health Products. That's the one who is responsible for the regulations, also for the patient's safety, and that is available or able to do inspections for the medtech and the pharma industry. They are responsible for level 1. Then you have also for level 2 the eHealth platform, which is a national organization in Belgium that is responsible and facilitating the exchange of information within the healthcare sector. So they set the ICT requirements, and then right on top you see the abbreviations RISIF INAMI. That's the National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance, let's say the payer authority, and they take care of, they decide about reimbursement and financing of healthcare mechanisms. Of course, this is all supported by the public services and by the Ministry of Public Health. So that are all the stakeholders that are involved in this initiative. On a daily basis, I already mentioned Agoria and Bimetech, so me and a colleague who are coordinating the platform and are doing the operations. Here you see again the mapping of the stakeholder interaction. So that you have 3 different layers in the validation pyramid, and for each layer there is one authority on a Belgian level that is responsible and that made the criteria. What are now the criteria? That I'll explain in the next slides. For level 1, 3 criteria need to be met. And the basic and the main dominant criteria is showing your CE certification as medical device. So I repeat myself, we make a distinction between all the lifestyle, health, wellness, coaching, fitness apps that are around, which don't have medical claims, who are not medical apps, and who don't have a CE certification. Those are not eligible to be listed on a portal. Those are not eligible to get the ML Belgium quality seal. Of course, maybe you know, or you should know, in the digital or in the medical device software domain, there is new regulation coming up very soon in May 2021, the medical device regulation, and that says that more and more of these digital health tools will fall under the definition of medical device and will be and have to follow those regulations, so have to be CE certified in the future. So here we make a distinction between the non-medical apps and the medical apps. Only the medical apps with a CE certification are eligible. And then besides that main criteria, there is also 2 separate criteria that have to be fulfilled. One is more an administrative one, that the company has to notify the product at the agency, at the Federal Agency for Medicine and Health Products. So you have to list it on their portal so that you are known by them. And of course, that means that you also can be inspected by them. And a third one is then a self-declaration for GDPR compliance. Anyway, a company has to fulfill the GDPR regulation, but we specifically ask a self-declaration here on top. So these are the 3 levels, the 3 criteria to be on level 1. Level 2 is focusing, as I already mentioned, on more the ICT criteria, speaking about safe communication, safe connectivity. So there are 6 criteria. There is a document on the portal available in English that that specifies what the criteria are. This is about, of course, the GDPR and how you deal with this, depending on the type of data you're using and you're processing. But it's also about how do you do the identification of the person that is using the application. So the app user, not only the identification of the user, but also the authentication. And it also says something about how do you have to check the relationship between you as a patient and your healthcare professional, so related to informed consent, etc. And the interoperability is also tackled by the criteria in level 2. So it's about connectivity, it's about security, interoperability, so ICT related criteria. If you are a digital health application, a mobile health application on the portal, basically once you are in level 1, you can automatically go to level 2, or you can start a process to level 2 by doing a risk assessment tool made by an independent organization. And that risk assessment tool guides you to the process based on the criteria, based on the functionality of your app, and tells you which tests you have to fulfill. There are in the backend or in the backbone, there are test centers who can automatically check whether you fulfill criteria for certain cases. So this is about the therapeutic link, about the informed consent, about the authentication and the identification of user. If the test is not applicable on your case, you have to give a detailed description that tells you how you fulfill the criteria. And it also provides you a lot of best practices and guides you towards international standards like the OWASP guidelines. This is level 2, the ICT criteria. And then, of course, after level 2, if you want to go higher in the pyramid towards reimbursement, then it's about level 3. Level 3 is reserved for those apps who get reimbursed by the National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance, by the National Payer Authority. But of course, they first have to show their socioeconomic evidence and added value. This doesn't mean, and that's why I put here at the bottom of the slide, the but, this doesn't mean that there are no other means to have your digital health application financed. There can be, of course, health insurers, individual health insurance, independent health insurance that can also decide to fund or to finance your app. And this is a case in Belgium. We have a couple of health insurers, independent health insurers, that decided to recognize the ML Belgium portal and that they fund partly their clients if they use a mobile health application that is listed on the portal. Other means to have digital health applications funded is, of course, direct to the patient out of pocket. But you can also think about hospitals that have innovation budgets and that can also finance or buy those digital health applications for themselves or for their patients. But then they are not listed in level 3. Level 3 is only for national reimbursement. If you look now to the timing, where are we nowadays? Here again, you see the pyramid, you see the responsible authorities. And as I already mentioned, the portal, and being then level 1, has been launched in February 2019. So now 2 years ago, I would say, a bit more than 2 years ago. In May 2020, level 2 was fully up and running. The criteria were already made earlier, but all the automatic test and all the IT implementation was ready by May 2020. And since beginning of this year, since January 2021, also level 3 has been activated. And that means that nowadays there is a template available and the procedure how you can move from level 2 towards level 3. The template is a template a company that is already in level 2 can fill in and submit to the National Payer Authority for a reimbursement dossier, which has then been evaluated, and also the procedure to be evaluated is known and is available. So that means that now the full pyramid has been implemented. So the idea started in 2015 with pilot projects, and then step by step, since the beginning of this year, the whole pyramid has been implemented and is up and running. Last year, in summer of 2020, there was already a first app that got approval and that got financed, and this is about a rehabilitation app for knee and hip prosthesis rehabilitation, and that app got funded. If you look now to the portal, you will see that on the portal, which is all information is available in Dutch, French, and English, you will see an overview of all the apps that are listed. There are 26 currently who are in level 1, and out of these 26, there are 7 who are already in level 2. Several of them are now submitting towards a reimbursement dossier and want to move towards level 3. And hopefully we'll get there in the future, in the next months. Looking more to the international picture, I believe, and we also hear it from other countries who speak with us, that in Belgium, specifically for this topic of mHealth, so not for everything related to digital health or digitalization healthcare, but specifically for mobile health, we are one of the leading countries. We also get recognition for that. And get asked a lot to speak or to share information with other countries who are building also their assessment frameworks. And I'm glad to say that step by step we took the approach, and we have now the full implementation ready. If you look to other countries, some like France, they have also pilot projects, the ETAP program. In Germany, they are also moving much forward with the DiGA Care Act for digital health applications, software applications. But of course, there are still a lot of countries who are in the exploratory phase and who are still looking how can we build frameworks that integrate digital health applications in their healthcare system. I think with mHealth Belgium, we have an example how it can be used, but let's be also critical. We still have to see how the third level will be fully implemented, or how the evaluations will go there. With this, I want to almost end my presentation. I invite you all to go to the www.mhealthbelgium.be portal, have a look, see all the information that I shared with you, see, of course, all the apps that are already listed, and every of these apps has a specific page clearly saying, giving information about the approach, about what the tool is doing, but also how they comply towards level 1, towards level 2, etc. Thanks, and happy to answer your questions.
Yes, thank you, Steven. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I have a question. So the intention of this whole platform was to integrate mobile health apps in the Belgian healthcare system. And you mentioned, I guess, 1 or 2 apps. Could you give us more examples? What would you highlight? What are the the most innovative apps that you are going to implement already implemented into the platform?
What do you mean that I mentioned 1 or 2 apps? Currently, there are 26 apps listed on the portal. So it's a company that thinks has an application that fulfill criteria. They register on the portal. We check whether they do fulfill the criteria, and then they get the mHealth Belgium quality seal, meaning they get listed in level 1. Or if they want to move towards and get national reimbursement, then they need via level 2 to move towards level 3. The reason, the main idea of the portal is to show to the broad public, the patients, the citizens, but also the various type of healthcare professionals, whether an application in a certain domain, because there are filters and you can easily check, okay, I'm in the diabetes world, which applications are for diabetes available and listed on the portal, and then you find 3 applications in the diabetes field. And with this, we want to have a portal on a national level that gives that information towards patients and healthcare professionals. And by having that, they can use the applications, whether they are financed or funded. That depends whether they are level 3 or not. But level 3 is then for the ones who are nationally reimbursed. But as I explained, that doesn't mean that you can't use the app. It's not that you need national reimbursement before you can use or integrate the app, of course.
Mm-hmm. And we have a question from Povilas. How is reimbursement scheme structured? Per user or quality? So thank you, Povilas, for your question.
That has to be seen case by case, because of course, but let me tell you how the reimbursement, how the payer authority will look like to it. They will look how is the current pathway looking, and how will the care pathway look like when you integrate such a digital health application. And this is what the company also has to describe in the reimbursement file they submit. They clearly have to mention how the old care path looks like, how the new care path will look like, and where the differences are, where the technology enters in the care path, and what value they bring. They have also to clearly say the involvement of a healthcare professional, can be a nurse, can be a specialist. How is this changing? Does he have to spend more time, or does he have to spend his time differently when using this application in the full care path? And based on that, they will come with, or the payer authority will build a new financing mechanism, a new financing model to finance the new care pod, in which the technology is just one of the components. If you look to the one app that is already financed nowadays, that's Move Up Coach by the company Move Up, and that's a rehabilitation app for knee and hip prosthesis. So that's in the world of physiotherapy. There it's clearly the old model is you pay X time a visit at the physiotherapist with some out of pocket, and that's a certain cost. The new model says you will be treated by a physiotherapist for a duration of, let's say, 12 weeks in that process. And for every 3 weeks, there is a lump sum that the physiotherapist gets for your follow-up. And there is a component for using the platform that is helping you at home with the treatment, with the rehabilitation process, and giving you individual advice and so on. So in that sense, the new financing model takes into account not the pay per visit, but more financing the treatment procedure with components for the healthcare professional, in this case a physiotherapist, and with a component for the technology provider. Whether this will be the case for every other application, that depends, of course, on how that pathology, that case is now already financed, and how this will fit in the future mechanism. So they will see case by case how they have to change the current mechanism towards a new, more innovative mechanism.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. And we have one more question. Let's make this the last one. Andrus is asking, thanks for a nice example of challenge-focused collaboration of public-private stakeholders. How do you measure your success? Any specific KPIs?
There are no specific KPIs. The original ambition was to have it launched earlier. As industry federations, we push the governments to speed up, but of course they also see the hurdles and the challenges they have to overcome, I would say. For instance, if you look towards reimbursement, we are structured still structured a lot in silos, in verticals, while digital health applications and mobile health applications, they are entering over. I would say they are more transversal, and they are not active in one vertical. So it can be that the cost is generated in a vertical, but you save in another vertical. And how to deal with that was a different exercise in our current reimbursement or financing mechanism for our healthcare system. So we have to overcome all these hurdles, and this only goes step by step, and we're still in the learning phase. So for every new submission, be it in heart failure, be it in diabetes or whatever application, we still have to see how this will evolve. Coming back to your question towards KPI, we only wanted to build the platform and then step by step enroll all the levels, which has now been the case. There are no clear KPI towards how many of these applications we want on the portal, because we don't do the market scan, so it's up to the companies to register on the portal. The more, the better. And coming back to my original sentence, it's not meant especially for the companies as such. It's more that a citizen, a healthcare professional, can have a portal where they see what applications in my domain can be used and have a certain level of trust. And immediately you also see in which level of the pyramid are they. Is it still in level 1, or is it already in level 3 and being reimbursed app?
Yes, so thank you, Steven. I can imagine the audience, the listeners are already checking the Belgian mHealth Belgium website for more information. And thanks, Andrus and Paulus, for your questions. We're going to move forward with the program. So thanks you once again, Steven. Best wishes to
thank you all for listening, and have a nice continuation of your conference.
Yeah, thank you. So it was Steven van de Put from B MedTech, advisor of digital health. And now let's move on with our next presentation. Tomas Lapinskas, I know, is already online. He's waiting for his presentation. Tomas Lapinskas, associate professor, is a board-certified cardiologist who specializes in diagnosing and treating patients with ischemic heart disease, coronary artery disease, non-ischemic heart diseases, and heart failure at Department of Cardiology, Hospital of Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, Kauno Klinikos. Since 2018, he is acting as a director for public health research and education at the hospital executive board and leading the Department of Innovations. He's also a president-elect of Lithuania's Society of Cardiology. So, hi, Thomas. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Lucas. Hello. Thanks for the quite comprehensive description.
Yeah, hopefully I pronounce ischemic heart disease in the right way. I'm not sure.
But ischemic heart disease.
Okay. So anyway, so sorry for keep you waiting. We had a few questions for Steven, who was talking before, but now we are listening for what you have to say about innovations in healthcare sector, digital solutions in modern hospitals. So let's see if we can see your screen. Yeah, we can see it here. So Thomas, the stage is yours, and we are listening.
Oh, great. Thanks, Lucas. So hello, everyone, ladies, gentlemen, their friends and colleagues. So it's a great pleasure to be in a team of such great speakers. So, and I would like to move my talk from the perspective as a physician. I'd like to speak about the innovations in the healthcare sector and how nowadays hospitals, what are their role in the digital race. So I have no conflict of interest. Okay, it's moving. So I would like to start with like a description. What is digital transformation? And what we know, it's really an ongoing topic in all kinds of media all over the world. And actually all sectors are being impacted to a greater or less extent. And by the wave of transformative change, that all the major social networking platforms, as well newspapers, magazines, or even the internet websites around the world are talking about. Of course, digital transformation has also reached the healthcare sector. And digital transformation process, to be honest, is not about computerizing a hospital or creating apps or making it easier for patients to make appointments online or letting the clinical or administrative staff to use their own smartphones or tablets or opening Facebook or Twitter account for the hospital, what we also have. But while these elements may be a part of transformational process, so we cannot reduce the transformation to the use of a specific technology or mix up form and content. And hospitals and healthcare industry in general currently live in their own two-speed world. So on one hand is the unstoppable growth and modernization of clinical procedures and diagnostic techniques, like including automation of some truly complex procedures. Also, the amazing advances in clinical use materials, for example, as we use some implants printed by 3D printers, or the use of smart drugs or gene therapy. So this contrasts sharply with traditional and bureaucratic organizational methods, or the generally slow and inflexible business process that in most cases are isolated and disconnected from the outside reality. What is important to remember that hospitals exist in order to treat patients who sometimes feel like they are on a production line in these healthcare organizations and made to serve more the internal functions of the institutions rather than taking note of the needs and expectations of the patient. So if we look around, it seems that the topic is becoming relevant, and even the World Health Organization has also established a digital health department which is working towards harnessing the power of digital health technologies. And the intent is to drive innovations around the world by fostering a commitment of countries and partners to a unified strategy. Also, the WHO vision is to catalyze these actions in a collaborative manner that is both monitored and measured to optimize initiatives and outcomes. And perhaps one of the most important points of focus for the WHO is to provide a diverse yet unified perspective to help digital health evolve in key areas that are focused on improving health. And this initial plan rolling out now is a FAVE initiate. And if we look at this very nice table, graph, so they very nicely define objectives, outcomes, outputs also we can see the policy and possible actions as well as target impacts. So the vision of a global strategy is to improve healthcare to everyone, everywhere by accelerating the development and adoption of appropriate, accessible, affordable, scalable and sustainable person-centric digital health solutions to prevent, detect, and to respond to epidemics and pandemics, what we do have in COVID-19 situation, by developing infrastructure and applications that enable countries to use health data to promote health and well-being and to achieve the health-related sustainable development goals. But now let's go more in details how we imagine and how we work within the hospital, and the increasing speed and magnitude of change in healthcare provide both challenges and of course opportunities, and to successfully navigate the future is essential to anticipate difficulties and design strategic solutions. This is as true for cardiac imaging as it is for the rest of the entire cardiac medicine. And dramatic changes have already occurred in imaging, including the introduction of promising new techniques, new technologies, and substantial reductions in reimbursement, which is driven by cost cutting and concerns regarding overuse. And generally, the main artificial intelligence developments in cardiac imaging have mostly addressed cardiac image analysis tasks before clinical decision-making, with the aim to enhance cardiac image acquisition, to facilitate cardiac image segmentation and estimate advanced synthesis of cardiac shape and function. So, however, the AI is also expected to impact clinical decision-making in the future, such as enable an earlier and more precise diagnosis, or as well as planning, treatment, or just response estimation. So the ethical, social, political issues are also being investigated to facilitate future acceptance and deployment of the artificial intelligence solutions in the cardiac imaging. So Siemens Healthineers is shaping the future of healthcare. As probably you know, this is a leading medical technology company headquartered in Lagen in Germany, and the company enables healthcare providers worldwide through its regional companies to increase value by empowering them towards expansion of precision medicine, transforming care delivery, and also improving the patient experience and digitalization of healthcare. And Siemens is continuously developing its product and service portfolio with AI-supported applications and digital offerings that play an increasingly important role in the next generation medical technology. So last December, Siemens signed a first-of-a-kind master research agreement in the Baltics for cardiovascular diseases with our university hospital, This framework agreement is the first in the Baltics and will address the growing challenges within the area of cardiovascular diseases through innovations for cardiac imaging in particular. The agreement is set to strengthen and support the already extensive work on cardiac MRI imaging. So this confidentiality and collaboration guidelines set within the signed agreement allow University Hospital to use technologies of the company which are not yet commercially available. For sure, this can be used for research and implementation of projects and to jointly develop innovative solutions to improve diagnostic tools for detecting cardiovascular diseases. So information about cardiac function, probably as an expert of cardiac imaging. So myocardial motion and deformation is a key to differentiate normal and abnormal conditions in cardiovascular medicine. And with the advent of approaches relying on data rather than preconceived models, machine learning could either improve the robustness of motion quantification or reveal patterns of motion and deformation, and rather than a single parameter, which helps for differential diagnosis. What we also started is to work with the validation of new post-processing methods for the reconstruction of complete respiratory and cardiac cycles, enabling phase-resolved functional length imaging from the conventional spoiled grain echo sequence with temporal resolution, which is comparable to the Fourier decomposition imaging. And for the lung, particular perfusion is compromised in diseases like pulmonary hypertension or obstructive pulmonary disease, as well as heart failure. The full assessing perfusion as a functional parameter is important in the diagnosis of pulmonary cardiac diseases. So, but probably it's enough just to speak in such details in cardiology, and let's say something more general. So Europe Can Image is a recent initiative which will build and demonstrate a GDPR compliant and scalable platform for leveraging large-scale, high-quality and interoperable cancer imaging datasets adequately linked to biological and health cancer data. And we are also a partner of such consortium, and the platform which will be created will integrate advanced capabilities and new standards to develop and validate integrative decision support systems for precision oncology with increased clinical trust and adoption. And the project consortium, which combines the expertise of 20 partners from approximately, 11 countries, and includes major universities, university hospitals, research institutes, and industry partners, as well as an experience and an ambitious academic, industrial, clinical partnership, which is with a proven track records in data management, also responsible data sharing, cancer imaging research, and artificial intelligence for personalized medicine. So radiomics, artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, neural networks figure amongst recent buzzwords in current medical imaging research and technological development. And the analysis of medical big data in assessment and follow-up of personalized treatments has also become a major research topic in the areas of precision medicine. And radiomics analysis is the process of converting digital images to mineable data, and analysis of the data through the application of various statistical and mathematical processes allows quantification of various shape and textural characteristics of the image referred as the radiomics features. And as radiomics attempts to make its way into the clinical workflow, the use of imaging data alone is becoming insufficient. And while there is no formal proof that clinical decisions based on the combination of imaging and other omics data have an impact of clinical outcome. So there's no reason to limit the scope of algorithm. And this approach is similar to clinical practice, where all available data about a particular patient and previous knowledge from other cases are aggregated in a decision process. So radiomics-based algorithms may hence combine genetics or genomics, immunomics, or other clinical data to improve diagnostic accuracy. So we also have an upcoming project. We like to establish the Center for Personalized Medicine with very clear 5 objectives, as you can see here in the table. So first is to establish infrastructure for storage of healthcare data, and also to include integration of the latest generations AI in clinical medicine. Second step is to develop tools for collecting, aggregating, and analyzing data, and also providing training materials to promote the collection of data in the future. That means the project will not stop to the end of it. The second thing is to create platform for AI and benchmarking, suitable for the evaluation of diverse artificial intelligence solutions based on clinical personal health data. The fourth is to provide regulation. This is a very, very important topic, and to develop innovative solutions for responsible data exchange, for data sharing, and not in the hospital, not between the different institutions within the country, but also about the much broader cooperation. And of course, to create a database of medical data and bring together community and active cooperation with global medical data management and analysis centers. But is there something what we experienced recently, what significantly affected our evolution? So I marked it in red because since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the healthcare sector has been changing extremely fast, and some innovative solutions which seemed futuristic very recently are becoming part of the routine, and many others are in the pipeline. And everyone had to focus on the COVID-19 pandemic, and it had an impact on routine hospital services, which has been dramatically reduced, including patients who could get access to face-to-face consultations or care, but just were hesitant to go to a hospital. And before the pandemic, the value of digital health was not always fully understood. As an example, digital health solutions such as telemedicine or telehealth were considered valuable in specific circumstances, such as providing access to care for people in rural areas. But we could have never managed to imagine that in the general population across the world would not have access to face-to-face care because healthcare facilities were just closed. And in this new situation where people have to stay at home and hospitals are open only to emergency care, so digital health has gained a completely different dimension. So what we see in our practice, in our daily life, so we are serving as a tertiary care center for trauma, for stroke, for myocardial infarction, T-segment elevation, as well as a children's center with 300 patients per 24-hour shift. During the last years, we see quite a significant increase in the number of admitted patients to our emergency department, and also the number of hospitalized patients. But what we know is that there's a approach 20 to 80. That means that only 20% of cases of situations cannot be solved in the emergency department. Therefore, we need to hospitalize patients, but the rest 80% can be totally solved in the emergency department before the patient can be discharged and just sent home. Also, when we have the transfers from the smaller hospitals by the ambulance. So we see that quite significant percentage of patients which are transferred from the rural, from the district, regional hospitals are necessary. And therefore there was some motivation just to do something with the telemedicine, just to avoid overcrowding of our emergency department, especially in this situation where the COVID patients are significantly, the numbers are increasing. So we are launching the small project of telemedicine, which will be dedicated for emergency care and also for emergency care hospitals. And there will be 3 hubs, three university hospital. One is located here in Kaunas, our institution, and 2 hospitals in Vilnius, in capital, will serve as hubs, and every hub will have 3 smaller hospitals as remote hospitals for the consultation. So we'll have a physician-to-physician network just for the consultation and inspection of the patients, and also the discussion if the patient needs to be transferred to the tertiary care center. So of course we will look at the vital signs of the patient, of course multiple parameters, audiovisual consult, communication. There should be an opportunity to inspect patients, just to make a auscultation of lungs, for example, or the heart. There should be an opportunity to plug in these devices, just to look at the ultrasound investigation, and of course just to take a good decision. And if the patient needs to stay at the remote hospital and it's safe to be treated there, or the patient should be immediately transferred to the higher level healthcare institution. And of course we'll look at emergency telemedicine patients, severity categories, patient flow management, and patient parameters. And of course, everything should be coordinated through the National Electronic Healthcare System. So other project we are just working, it's real-time monitoring of regional resources. So how digitalization can help us just to look what is the occupancy of the emergency department. So here you can see a photo from the top where you can we can detect or look at what is the occupancy of the consultation room. So if the room is totally free, or it's only with the staff, maybe a physician is making their documentations, it's his regular work, or maybe the staff is working with the patients. So they're using all of these advanced techniques as 3-dimensional sensors, so Bluetooth, low energy tags, which are given to the staff. And of course the main functions we can look at, so it's identification of the object location, so movement direction, and also the height of the object. So it works quite nice. And if we just make this pilot, so we can see how long the patient is within the observational area, and also the physician with the tag, how close is he nearby the patient, and how much time is the area is free from the patient. So it's all very I think very beneficial for the monitoring and of the current resources. So another initiative we would like to make, it's also due to COVID-19 pandemic and due to very increased load of patients. So we need to help to organize the patient flow within the town, within the city. So we have 2 large hospitals, so we decided just to make this pilot study, just to look at the emergency departments, also to look at the resources, which department is more crowded with the patients and which is more free. And this information could get the ambulance before deciding where to bring the patient, just in order to avoid very long time waiting for the care. And you can see these round circles means that the bed or the seat is already occupied, while these green circles mean that the place is available for the patient. And it might look like that. So 2 hospitals, 2 emergency departments, 2 intensive care units, and serving for emergency patients and intensive care patients. Also through the real-time monitoring system, the ambulance could get all this information about the free beds in the emergency department of every hospital, and also about the beds in the intensive care units in every hospital. Of course, there are other, I think, things that should be taken into account, like the patient severity. For example, if there is a need to get a high-level care, like if there's a stroke and we need just to make a thrombolysis or a thrombolectomy, and so probably it's a patient of a tertiary care institution. So this patient should have a priority and must be brought to the right hospital and the right emergency department. Okay, so what else the COVID-19 pandemic made us just, what we also have changed? So probably you have heard a lot about the mutations of the SARS-CoV virus, with the new variants from the United Kingdom, also from the South Africa and from the Brazil. And of course, it was a dramatic impact for the sequencing. That means we had to start sequencing the virus genomes. And of course, there is very large initiative, and we also doing the same thing, as you can see. And just finishing my last slide. So it's about one more project we're working with. So it's dedicated for continuous surveillance. So in patients who are in the intensive care unit. So the collection and intelligent analysis of data from many sources like ventilators, so electrical impedance tomography. So it would allow intensivists to decide on the best suitable treatment to accelerate the recovery of patients with the COVID-19 infection. So this project aims to deliver an innovative and powerful digital tool for real-time monitoring of these patients. So let me conclude my presentation, and I hope this was not too boring. So just 3 key messages are that digital medicine describes a field concerned with the use of technologies as tools for measurement and intervention in the service of human health. And the development of artificial intelligence-based technologies in medicine is advancing rapidly, but as we look in more details, in the real world, clinical implementation has not yet become a reality. But of course, what we know that this new digital age of medicine has a potential to democratize access to care, but also empower patients to engage with their health in a truly preventive way. So the prevention is, I think, also very important. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope I was not too long.
Not at all, Thomas. Thank you very much for an extremely interesting presentation. It's so interesting to hear what's happening in our hospitals here in Lithuania. So for me, it was extremely interesting. And everyone who are listening, if you have any questions, let us know in the chat. Meanwhile, I want to ask you. So I can imagine, because of the pandemic, the upsides of the pandemic is maybe that you can now make the decisions faster. Do you feel the change that you have, free hands to do more of what you wanted to do before, and maybe more support on the political level to do all kinds of that data inclusion and changes that you maybe were slow to make before? Could you elaborate on that?
Actually, no one was prepared for this COVID-19 pandemic, and during the first quarantine, as we can remember, so all the healthcare services were completely stopped. That means patients couldn't get access to these all planned procedures. I mean, for the checkup, for the regular consultation. So we didn't have any other choice just to think how to restore the patient to physician networking. And we also started these virtual consultations for the phone. So because the patients, they of course need us to prescribe their medications, or they get another, some of them had this planned surgery. So we had to plan work in a completely different way. And of course, you can imagine with all the personal care equipment, that means you also starting to work, it's much more hardy. So, and I think so the telemedicine, telehealth will be the next step. And if you also look at even the European Commission, the trends where they're working with, so it's also very, very dedicated for the personalized medicine, telemedicine, telehealth care, and all these solutions.
Yeah, and you mentioned some of the projects that are ongoing in the hospital, the telemedicine, the checking how much of the beds in regional hospitals are taken, and so on. So what do you think, which of these projects, which of these telemedicine projects that you are working on now has the biggest impact on your work and the quality of the whole hospital work? What are you the most looking forward to?
I think that the telemedicine it's extremely important, because currently we're just focusing only on the emergency department patients. But in the future, I think we should expand this field, just not looking to the emergency department, but there is even for the family physicians or to the other specialties for the consultation. Of course, probably it's quite hard to assess patient properly during the first visit, because for sure you need to inspect patient. For me as a cardiologist, I need just to auscultate the heart, just to take ECG, just make echocardiography. But for the subsequent visits, it's totally enough to have the phone call. What we also have for the heart failure patients, just asking several key questions: what is the weight, how they feel, is there any dyspnea? So we can also regulate the medication, so increase the dose of one medication or three. So I think telemedicine should expand, and a lot of things are going, I think, in the other countries. They are working on the family physicians, emergency department, children care, and many other stuff, because maybe some issues could be solved during this virtual conference. There's a virtual communication. So there's no need just to go to the healthcare institution. But of course, it depends a lot on political things and questions and issues which should be solved.
Yeah. So thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much for an overview of what's happening in the Kauno Klinikos. Thank you for your presentation, and a round of applause for everyone listening here in the chat. So thank you very much and have a good day. And we are going to move forward with our next presentation. Actually, I know we are a little bit over time, but don't worry. This is the last presentation before our break, before our lunch break, since one of the presentations has to be canceled. So Martynas Osauskas is already here online. He's a director of Teltonika Telemedic, having started working in Teltonika and gaining more than 10 years of experience. In 2020, he started managing one of the companies of the Teltonika IoT group, Teltonika Telemedic. And now Martynas is responsible for the introduction of new telemedicine products and services to the market and their development worldwide. So he's going to talk about e-medicine and IoT, Internet of Things, past, present, and future of it. So I'm saying hi to Martynas. Hello.
Hello, Lucas. Thank you for introduction.
Yeah, so just a very short one. If you have something to add about yourself that we should know, feel free to do so.
Okay, so today I want to speak about medicine and IoT, MT, yes, Internet of Things of medical solution, and just check past, present, and future, and how the Teltonika Telemedic is going to this market. So market insights and so on to share with you guys. I know that you want to eat, so I will try to be very fast. A little bit about myself. So Lucas already told that I am responsible in Teltonika Telemedic of all the projects of telemedicine. I am Chief Exclusive Officer and started working in Teltonika almost 10 years ago. And from the sales, going to the head of sales group, business development, director of one department, and later on last year, we established new company, Teltonika Telemedic. It is one of our Teltonika group companies. We have several. So we have Teltonika Telematics. We are responsible for vehicle telematics. We have Teltonika Networks in Kaunas. We are responsible for networking equipment development and then manufacture. Electronic manufacturing services located in Vilnius, and smart autonomous solution, and we Telemedic, professional telemedicine device developer and manufacturer. All group, Teltonika group, working to help business, to help people, to help manage some problems which we occur. So in Telemedic, it is taking one of the problems in medicine when it is the lack of technology, lack of wearable solutions. And our idea is to offer in market digital medicine solution, wearable solution. And today a little bit I will present about it. So how everything starts. You know, the Gartner a few years ago presented health cycle from idea to the market. So, you know, with technology triggers, we have a lot. So we have a lot of disease, we have a lot of ideas, like the electronic devices, micro robots, and so on. But what happens with that idea? So all that ideas need to check in the market. Yeah. So what we done in the past and how other companies is moving is they take one of a technology trigger. We are checking the voice of the market, the solution, if we can adapt it in the processes, if we can offer something new, and all the newspaper, everything is making buzz in the market and saying, look, it is new solution, it is coming. And sometimes we see that not all solution comes to the market. Some of them simply dies in the road till the market, and some like a blockchain in the healthcare. I'm not saying it is dying, but still, so was very big buzz in the market that it will help for GDPR and then other cases to solve with a blockchain security issues. But sometimes it stops, yes, and it is normal. So because all the ideas we need to check, and then what we done of the peak of all that ideas, we choose some of them. It is remote patient monitoring, virtual care, so where we are good, yes. Teltonika, as I mentioned, so more than 20 years ago was established, and always we was trying to make IoT things, so Internet of Things. And last year, Teltonika Telemedic established, we started on IoMT, yes. So we are trying to find the best solutions, the solution which can help to save lives, to help for medicine, to increase prevention of disease, and to have more hardware, more gadget, which helps to detect disease before when you need to heal it. So the path of all these ideas is taking to the, we are saying plateaus of productivity, yes, when you're starting to make solution, when you are building solution, new solution, like machine learning, online symptom checking, personal health records, and others. So from idea, yes, from technology trigger, all the ideas should be tested in the market. Sometimes we hear a lot of buzz in the market, but not all ideas, as I mentioned, comes true. And it is normal because, and we started with several problems, with several projects, and we see that you can't be good in all the profession, in all the problem solving. So we choose several, located it, and trying to build some hardware, some infrastructure, which helps to solve that problems. About the first problem, so you know that sad reality it is that a lot of millions of people has the heart disease, yes. And our idea was with a scientist to have some solution which can help to make prevention or to detect some disease from a heart disease sector. So stroke, other low respiratory infection, neonatal conditions, and other disease taking their part in schema, but we tried to take the longest line, yes, the heart disease, because a lot of people suffering from this segment. So even just imagine in the US, it is more than 116 million having hypertension. So we, like a technology company, we can help here. We can build solution together, working with scientist groups, we with doctors, with other mechanisms which we have. We can create something amazing. And our idea is to help and find the solution, how to solve for humans, to solve some problems, some disease, to detect, to prevent it, and even all what I can see from my short maybe experience in medical sector, but in doctors, I meet a lot of scientists, doctors who wants to have digital health systems and trying to make inventions and trying to offer to the market something new. I know that in the medicine is not so easy to offer something new. Yeah, so but here we are. Yes, well, that's why we have very good groups of doctors, and we are trying to show in the market, but even the medicine can modify to the medtech, yes, and then showing the solutions how we, like at Teltonika Telemedic, can help here. What was in the past? Yes, we have a lot of paperwork, a lot of waiting time in the hospital, in real hospital. But in the near future, everything can, even now it is changing. Yeah, so a lot of companies, according to the Gartner market insight, that in US around 80% of the healthcare providers is already using some hardware, some IoT solutions. So the past, it is already changing, and it is already changing to the present, to the variable solution. Yes, I'm saying variable because here we are experts and variable, and I'm not touching other areas, maybe in the future, but for the moment, we believe a variable solution, it is fantastic thing for every person, because you can detect it even when you are sleeping, some disease, yeah, some signals. It can always be connected to the cloud system. You can get the health analytic reports, and it is easy to have it, yes, and even to work or to sleep with variable solutions. So we believe it is not only present but in future, and we want to know what will be in the future. We are waiting that, and we are trying to create solution which will be very good in the future. We are investing on it a lot. So Teltonika Telemedic is growing every month, like I'm saying. So even from the scientist perspective, so we are more and more working with the scientist groups of disease like heart disease, yes, and trying to find something which will run in the near future. So if a variable is present, yes, so the future will be all the robotics, all the things, maybe swallowable things which can be internet stock and so on. So future, it is coming fast, and from all the perspective, all the market in science, we see that it is growing very fast. And later on, I will present a little bit some numbers. The future, yes, the digital healthcare market from 2020 and beyond. So as you can see, it is growing very fast. Of course, in COVID-19 situation helps because a lot of people, a lot of structures trying to invest to optimize all the current things in the hospitals. But the global artificial intellect in healthcare market, so it is growing, and wearable market is growing, and we believe that this segment will be like the phone segment. So we don't imagine our life without the phone. So we will not imagine the life without some applications, some wearable things, because the best asset is us, and we should invest on that. But everything without service will die. And look, we have a lot of good hardware for medical segment, but sometimes it dies, because the application, it shows a lot of things and so on. But still, if you are not getting some services, so technology or the application or a wearable device will be not so good like with the services you can give to the patients or to the humans. So another big problem where we see is the shortage of the healthcare workers. So even now the shortage is more than 8 million, and in the near future global market should be like this, around 13 million healthcare worker storage by 2035. So even if you will have a gadget, you will need that someone work with it. So that's why I'm saying the services. So I imagine that the digital hospital will be something where the doctor sitting near computer, getting the remote information, data analyzing. It can give some gadget to the patient to see all the situation, how it is run day by day, and track it. So one maybe doctor now can check per day 8 or more patients. In the near future, it will be much more easier when we will have a remote system and a wearable solution which we can give to the patients. So the shortage and the disease numbers of people infected and then have the heart disease is year by year is growing. So we have these problems, and we like a company, like a business, we can help to solve that problems or to help to change something. So we see TEAM platform, the cloud-based smart intelligent platform, where we will connect the different gadgets, the different hardwares. We will have a big data which will help us to analyze the future things. We will have a machine learning system which can detect and help us to learn from our clients, from the patients, and the raw data proceeding, all the security things. That system, I am saying it is like an ecosystem for our wearable solutions. Because as I mentioned, the only wearable device without service, it will not have some impact which we want. So we are developing all the ecosystem from the hardware to the platform to the API, which will share the data with, for example, the doctor interface or the call center interface. There's something happened, and need to send the help to persons. So call center is one of the part which can take to cover, and without the system we don't imagine that. So this is how it looks, how it looks all that our ecosystem, and more and more people involved in this process is from the doctors, from the scientists. We always checking what we can increase, what we can do more, and modifying the system, adapting to the future, to what needs. And by having resource, by having a great team which is building the system, we will get success. And about the wearable solution, so with Kaunas Technologijos University. We have a project with Horizon One where we are making smartwatch which can detect arterial fibrillation, which can make the 6 leads ACG. So we are creating not only the system, but as I mentioned, starting and from the hardware, because you should give something to a patient. I heard a lot of rehabilitation centers directors speaking that we need something which is working, which can we detect, give to the patient, and he can go to home and we can remotely monitor. So one of the ideas is to give this smartwatch together with a service, with an ecosystem, which I presented before. So all that system, as I mentioned, GNSS 4G will get to get the real-time tracking, real-time information. The smart algorithms inside the smartwatch will help to detect or prevent some disease and track the history of the health and check it, yes, if it is getting better or not. And all that history should come to the team platform, Teltonika IoT machine platform, and later on to the doctor interface and other interfaces. So this is a long story short. I know that, as I mentioned, you want to go eat. You hear a lot of presentation, and I always want to say one thing to society who is interesting, the scientist society, the doctor society, that you can always contact us like a business, and even the ideas, giving ideas and checking if it can be valid in the market. So we always want to help. We always want to check all that ideas, and we are here to do that. So.
Thank you, Martynas. Thank you for a fast presentation, saving our time to have some more time for lunch. Very important, very interesting to hear about your Horizon One smartwatch. Looking forward to try it out. Hopefully, when it is going to come out, when are you planning on finishing it?
In the roadmap, we are planning it at the summer autumn to launch it. So something like this, Q4, I believe it will be ready for the market. Yeah. For the prototypes, we are planning Q3.
If I catch it right, you mentioned that basically in your company, from idea to the market is most of or less is 3 years, basically, right?
Yeah, something it takes. It depends, you know. It depends from the technology. We are always working with a scientist group. So normally, scientist group, if they reach the L6 level, when we have prototype or working solution, so we are like a business coming and trying to cover another part. It is the market part and the selling part and manufacturing part. So normally we saving time, yes. So like a business, so we taking the solution which is has some prototype or some working prototype, and then trying to put it to the TRL9 level and then launch the final product, mass production product. So sometimes it takes from 3 years, sometimes it takes and then 1 year. Yes, depends from technology.
Yeah, and we have a question from Andrews. Thank you, Andrews, for your question. Thanks for being active. So Andrews is saying, thanks for the overview. Where are you now with your key projects? Any indicative timeline? How far are you, for example, from MD certification?
Mm-hmm. So now we are taking care of the certification of manufacturing and the project design. So we will get the ISO 3485 certificate in the third or fourth quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, because if you want to make the MDR certified products for medical device, yes, so you should have this certificate. So we are working a lot on it, and we believe in the beginning of the fourth quarter we will have it.
Yeah. We have another question from Nats Transliuotojas. Why to develop smartwatch when others are so far ahead?
If you check the market, it is not so many smartwatches with a solution for medical sector. Yes, if we have, for example, Apple Watch or other, so they are only offering one ECG lead and not the arterial fibrillation detection and not the same that we are offering. So difficult to answer this question because I don't know how you are comparing. If you are comparing with the smartwatch market, yes, so it is a lot of smartwatches in the market, yes, but you see what happened with other brands I don't want to mention here. So if it gives only gadget, as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, you will wear, yes, for 1-2 months. Later on, without the services, what you will do? You will put somewhere in the desk and then you will forget it. Mm-hmm. Because you are not getting the services. You are not no one is calling to you. No one is trying to analyze the information. You are registering in the platform. So without service, every smartwatch is only watch. Yes, you can say smartwatch. What we want to create, ecosystem. Yes, as I mentioned in the slide before, where you can give the services. Yes, where the call center can call if something happens. Yes, for example, man down. A lot of people in more than 65 million people. Older people in the Europe Union is living alone. So this means that no one protecting them if they will fail or something happen. Yes. Mm-hmm. So with the services we are offering, so you will detect if someone fell down, if a person fell down, you will detect it and you can send the help to his home or inform his family about this. Because a lot of people fell down a lot of times per day, and it can be one of the disease, yes? Mm-hmm. And if you have this big data, as I mentioned, that's why we want that big data, you can create more and more services. So if the smartwatch market is red for the moment, there's a lot of smartwatches and a lot of companies going to this way. So what we want to create is not only smartwatch, but all the ecosystem, all the structure based or near the watch. Yes.
Yeah. So thank you for your questions. And in the beginning of your presentation, you showed us basically what is Gartner's hype cycle. You mentioned about the technologies that in the beginning are very much hyped, then they lose their traction and then go to the volley of the solution. So how do you know which technologies are just hot keywords that everyone is talking about and which are worth investing? Do you have a feeling for it? And are there any technologies at the moment which are very much talked about, but you don't really believe in?
Yeah. So first of all, you should check the reality. Yes, some of the technologies you can't adapt very fast. Yes, and the business normally they want very fast decision. Yes, so you are always checking the future. You're always checking what will happen in near 3-5 years. Yes. So 5 years may be too long the destination, but 3 years you're always checking what will happen, what solution you will need, what persons you will need to develop that solutions and so on. But normally you are checking what needs for the moment, yes, and developing it for the next 1 or 2 years. Yes. Yeah. So if you will start develop today, so you can say that in next years it will boom. Yes, it will have a lot of buzz in the market, but not all that ideas can be adapted for the moment. Yes, some of them, yes, it is only ideas, but you need always to check if you can make the technology improvement. Yes, so if you can build something, if can't. So this is only idea. Maybe for future it will become to some technology, to some methodology, or to some hardware. Yes, but we are making the voice of the customers, the market research, and a lot of things like a business till we have an idea which we will take, which will be taken to the roadmap of our hardware or our solution. And only by checking a lot of fields, we are taking decision to do that.
Okay. Yeah, and we don't have any more questions now. So thank you very much. The CEO of Teltonika Telemednic, thank you for your presentation. And I can imagine yourself are getting hungry, and let's go grab some lunch. I just want to thank you all for being here. Don't disconnect, just leave it open, the YouTube stream, and we are going to come back at 12:30 Vilnius time. So in 20 minutes, we are going to have a panel discussion called, which is going to be moderated by Antanas Montvila, Vice President of the European Junior Doctors Association. Are medical professionals prepared for the digital revolution? It's the name of panel discussion. After that, we are going to have two more presentations by Lithuanian companies with Duotė and Kilo Health. And at 3 o'clock, we are going to have a pitch session, which is going to happen in Lithuanian, by the way. So have a good lunch, everyone. Grab some coffee, grab some snacks, and see you in 20 minutes back here. Thank you once again, Martynas. See you all soon.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone, welcome back to our conference Health for All. Today with me you see panel participants of our panel discussion. Today we are going to discuss the question, are medical professionals prepared for digital revolution? In the first part of this conference, you had an opportunity to learn more about how the future of hospital will look like, how apps are going to change the clinical care, or how machine learning might help us to improve patient care. However, in this panel discussion, we will focus on more daily basis in terms of skills of medical professionals and how we can translate that to clinical practice. And today with me, we have a wonderful panel of great experts, mostly from Germany. And I will ask all of them just to briefly introduce themselves. So maybe I'll start with Lina.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Lina Mosch, and I am working as a research associate at the Institute of Medical Informatics at Charité. And before, I was also in the position of the Health Policy Director at the European Medical Students Association, and thus responsible for the subject of digital health in medical education.
So maybe Maike, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you for having me today. My name is Maike Henningsen. I'm a OBGYN. I'm still practicing, and I'm also an assistant professor for digital health at the University of Witten-Herdecke in Germany. So what I would like to do is to focus, or what I'm doing is I would like to bring both worlds together, the very classical medical world, and I see there's a huge gap still between the digital health and digital medicine world and the classical medicine world. And so I'm working on this gap and trying to combine both worlds and to interlink both worlds.
Thank you. And Sebastian?
You're on mute still.
Yeah, I think we can't hear you.
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm very happy to be able to join the panel. My name is Sebastian Kuhn. I'm a trauma and orthopedic surgeon practicing in Mainz at the University Medical Center since 2005. And since last year, I'm a professor for digital medicine in Bielefeld. I also have a medical education background. And for me, I think digital medicine is kind of like at the crossroads of innovation projects, but also evaluating digital technologies, a lot about implementation strategies, and I think most of all of qualifying medical doctors, medical students, and healthcare professionals to really use this digital transformation. I think innovative technologies are very important, but putting them into good clinical practice for our patients is really a major objective. And this has been for about 5 years the focus of my work. With introducing first curriculum in Germany, medicine in the digital age, and also now leading the CPME strategy for digital competencies for doctors.
And just very brief, I'll introduce myself as well. And I'm Antanas Montvila. I'm also a medical professional. I work as a radiologist in Lithuanian University Hospital of Health Sciences, Kauno Clinics. I'm also vice president of European Junior Doctors Association, where I'm mostly responsible for digital health subgroup. I'm mostly advocating for better training for medical professionals, especially junior doctors. So before jumping to this exciting discussion, I will just briefly like to introduce our participants and the ones who are watching this conference from home, just why this topic and this question about whether junior doctors or even doctors, medical professionals are prepared for this upcoming digital transformation. I would like just briefly show your presentation how junior doctors see this and to answer yourself for you whether we feel prepared for this. So I will just quickly switch on my screen. So are European junior doctors feeling prepared for digital revolution? The simple answer is no. And And why I'm saying that and how I'm going to approach this question, I'm just going to introduce you with the common challenges that we need to overcome in order to be able to deliver that digital future. So as simple as it sounds, we have no training, neither nationally, neither internationally. And I'm speaking more about postgraduate training for the resident doctors. And we surveyed our members of European Junior Doctor Association, and we learned that there are only one country, I think, in France, that they kind of introduced the national training, but it's more like introducing them how to use hospital information systems. However, we still don't have not pan-European approach how to improve training curriculums. Of course, there is a high demand for such training. One of the surveys been run by Lina showed that more than 85% of medical students, they really want to have that training implemented in their curriculum, and more than 50% of the medical students feeling not prepared for upcoming days. We also have a great problem with fragmented standards. There's a great difference amongst different countries, as you can find, really advanced countries and great solutions in countries like Germany, UK, Netherlands, Belgium. However, we have countries like, and I'm saying what I've been told from people from Ireland, for example, they're living in Stone Age. There's also a variation of junior doctors' representations, or even doctors' representations in policy making bodies. We are not always kind of heard what kind of skills we think we should get. And of course, there's a great problem with unequal digital maturity, even nationally or internationally. If you go to Italy, for example, you will find that there is a great, northern part of the country is really well developed, while if you go south, there is a lack of digital solutions. And while cooperation in industry and science and medical doctors usually brings, great innovations, however, we still have some challenges related with that. We don't have enough evidence for the solutions that the industry would like to push to the clinical practice. There are numerous dispersed solutions coming to the market every day, and we still need to kind of make great policies on ethical data governance. So if we would look at this study, we could see that the research published in Korean Journal of Radiology showed that from 516 published studies, 0 of them took necessary step to define whether they're and to get external validation whether their method is ready for clinical use. So this refers well that we still need more evidence. And I think we heard that today, that there are more than 400,000 healthcare apps, more than 20,000 healthcare startups that, all of them promise the revolution. However, the doctors and the medical professionals will be the ones who will need to prescribe these solutions to the patient. So I think it's essential that the medical professionals will be familiarized and to be able to understand what is the good app and what is the kind of not that much. And in terms of data governance, it's super important to understand, the data protection rules, how to access the right data, but it's more important for medical professionals to understand the accountability to look for the evidence in that data and to be able to build the relationship with patients based on trust. So I think this requires a great understanding of ethical data governance. However, I would like now to push a bit more on positive note and just to briefly introduce with a very few leading examples. I'm pretty sure that we'll learn more from the panelists, but there are a great initiative in the UK called Top Review. In this initiative, the skill set and the future skills of medical professionals was been introduced, and the descriptions how we need to prepare the workforce to work in digital future been better described. You can find the descriptions of how genomics, digital medicine, robotics will change the roles of clinical staff and how we need to update the curriculum in order to update them with these skills. In Netherlands, another step was taking. The medical specialist was seen as a technological innovator. And what they did, they just updated the CanMed paradigm with the already 6 skills of leader, communicator, professional, academic. They introduced another 6 skills that the medical professional needs to have. So one of these is just critical thinking, knowing your own limits, to be able to innovate and to implement these innovations, to work in a team, and to have that entrepreneurship spirit. And people in Finland took even a greater step. They just decided they want to introduce at least 10% of populations with the basic understanding of machine learning and AI, just to equip them with needed knowledge to understand what kind of problems we could solve using this technology. So I think the medical professionals needs to understand at least basics of machine learning, just to be able to kind of lead or even partner the projects with the machine learning specialists. And just to sum up how we see as junior doctors, how we see the future, we think that it's extremely important to work together with the different professionals, you know, IT specialists, policymakers. We definitely need to exchange the good practices, as we already have some in Europe. However, not all of them are kind of clear and known for foreigners. We need to create the great standards, and we need to equip our doctors with skills that would help them to lead this digital transformation, not to be only implementers. So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. And now I would like to go back to our panel. And before jumping, you know, to concrete questions, how we should train our doctors, what are the core skills, I would like to just briefly ask you, can you tell us a bit about your journey? How did you choose the pathway of digital health specialist? How you got fascinated by it and how you got involved? Because I know we have very, you know, great group of people who watching us, who are young specialists, who are really interested in the topic, but usually they say, okay, sometimes I don't know how to get involved. So I would like to, you know, to just briefly hear about your stories to help people kind of understand how we can start building a career in this subject. So anyone who wants can start.
Yes, I'm very happy to share my story. I started as an orthopedic and trauma surgeon, or mainly in the trauma part, in 2005 in Mainz. And I was very keen in learning about taking care of really critically injured patients, like polytraumatized patients. And in about 2008, I got more and more involved and started to coordinate a lot of the processes at our department. And we started basically 2 big projects. The one to rethink trauma care from the side of the accident, with the paramedics, the emergency doctor, the services, the helicopter services, the ERs, and the whole chain of survival with intensive care. And I was the coordinator of this project, which took about 4 years to establish, to really think all the interaction, the treatment, the equipment. And in that process, the introduction of digital technologies became relevant, because it was critical to exchange information between the site of the accident and the receiving hospital. It was critical to exchange information between 2 hospitals, say a smaller hospital which primarily received the patient was realized they were unable to take full care. So the establishment of digital communication, of telemedicine, teleradiology, became something for me as a doctor, like a very important issue, and not because my primary focus was technology driven, but rather it was a way to save time and to save lives. And by 2012, we finally had it fully established and certified, and it was a project which now covers all of Germany. And current estimates are about 20 to 25% of lives are saved nowadays because of this network, where the digital infrastructure is the backbone. And at the same time, while changing this process, I realized trauma care is a huge team effort. It's not like one great doctor which is the hero and saves the patient's life, but rather it's a whole chain with medical professionals, doctors, a lot of the paramedics and nurses also. So I started in 2008 with a group of Europeans, a project called European Trauma Course. 2008 was the first pilot course, and nowadays we're established in 22 countries with more than 800 instructors teaching this course almost every day of the year. So both were coming from my clinical background, and one was more implement technology, and the other one was qualifying people to treat medicine in a new way. And by 2014, 15, it became more and more even topics outside of trauma care in my primary specialists, because it was more about telemedicine in general and health apps and algorithms which might help us with critical decisions. So this kind of, I more and more drifted away as a hobby from my clinical background, kind of like on weekends and nights. And I got very much involved with on the app by prescription project in Germany, with what are really criterion, how you can differentiate the 400,000 apps which pretend they're doing something good to maybe a handful or maybe 50 or 100 which are actually really standard of care, and how do you implement them in the process. And so this kind of like brought me more and more in a general area. And also the COVID-19 crisis has been a huge project with basically implementing home-based telemedicine with sensors, with apps, and with telemedicine, and this has kept me busy in the last year. And so I changed from basically being 100% trauma surgeon to like an intermediate position. And nowadays, we're still identify myself as a trauma surgeon, but my main task is really more about apps, about telemedicine, about AI, and putting it into purposeful treatment processes. So that's my story in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. So anyone else who would like to?
I can continue. So yeah, my story is probably kind of similar to Sebastian's story. So I started my education in the University Hospital of Hamburg, where I studied and where I then got a job as to specialized in OBGYN. And during that time, I very often had the feeling that we are maybe not, let's say we are maybe not be very time efficient. And sometimes it was also what we were doing in hours and hours and over hours. It was not even what patient expected us to do, really. And so the patients were not really happy. Us doctors are very overwhelmed by our work. And then I thought, okay, there must be better processes to do this and to be more efficient and to do better work as a doctor as well. And then I got the chance to go to the US for a postdoc program. I went to the UCLA with a DFG stipend to work on precision medicine. And there I saw how far advanced medicine was already in the US and also in the digital space. It was very advanced. And when I came back, I always had this little thinking in my head. I always compared our processes to the ones in the US. After I finished my specialization as OBGYN, I had the chance to get a grant and go with a stipend from Google and from SAP to the US to a program. It was called Singularity University, and that program was very new and edgy by that time. It was in 2016. And there we spent 10 weeks on the NASA Research Ames Center, and were together with 80 innovators from all over the world and from totally different fields than medicine. It was very interesting to see what these guys were up to and how they defined innovation, and how new technologies like AI and so on were influencing their professional lives, or what they think these technologies could influence their professional lives. And I did the same. I went there as a doctor and I thought, oh my God, I mean, AI, how great is that tool for us doctors, and how can we kind of leverage our work? When I came back to Germany after that program, I thought I need to do something different. And then I made a master in innovation management and entrepreneurship, because I also thought medicine is great, but there are so many great ideas also from the industry, like you said, Andras. So we have so many influences, and we are so influenced in digital health by the industry. And why is that? And I think this is also because we doctors may maybe not reach patients the way they wanted to be reached, you know. So I think we doctors have also to face this, because some of these apps are very nicely made and very customer centric. And I think there's also a value in that too. So it's not only in the medical skills itself, it's also how we present that knowledge and how we can kind of take the patients with us on this health journey and the health literacy journey. And then from that point on, I was consulting startups in that field and kind of helping them to bring together the medical knowledge together with with UX UI, together with technology development, and to make a really good product. And that led me to found an incubator in digital health in Berlin, funded by public money by the city of Berlin and the European Social Fund in 2019. And there we were kind of educating teams which had doctors on board. How can we build great digital health products? And that ended when I got the offer from the University of Wittenherdecke to start this professorship in this field. And I thought this is a very great opportunity to bring together research and the knowledge I have gained so far in the medical field, but also in the educational and also in the entrepreneurial field, and to make something new and to bring our country a bit forward in that sense. So now I'm really working on a digital female health hub in Berlin, so together with the University of Wittenherdecke, to really try to implement the medical work as a doctor, but also kind of foster this mindset change, which I think we need to have in that field and also in Germany, and to bring that together, like real medical world, together with apps and digital health approaches, especially in female health, and how to make that better. And this is also what I'm very much interested in when it comes to research and to collaborations with startups and technology companies.
Thanks. And Lina?
And I will make the round complete. I think my journey differs a little bit from Mike's and Sebastian's in the way that I already got in contact with the topic during my studies, which I think also shows that we already have some progress here, so that medical students get in touch with this theme, although there's still a lot to do. But I was actually searching for a student job, and I found an offer by the working group of data science and perioperative care. And I was already fascinated by the possibilities of AI and machine learning, especially in intensive care, to create new evidence also, and to create new research questions, and to really revolutionize research in that field in the way of a data-driven research. And I wanted to learn more about that, more about the possibilities to assess data and to analyze it, because especially in the field where I was interested in anesthesiology and intensive care, you have a lot of data, and there are a lot of possibilities to make use of them. So I applied for the job, and I got a thesis out of it, not a job. Now I have the job there, but at first I was working on my doctoral thesis, which focused on the implementation of a remote patient monitoring system in the ICU. And that was when I first got aware of the importance of health professional skills, and also their willingness to implement a digital health solution. So if we don't have digital literate health professionals and people that are aware of the potential of digital health and are willing to use it and implement it at their clinical ward, the implementation will not be successful. And on the other hand, I learned in this research project the importance of the usability. What Maike already said, that from the other side, from the industry side, the solution is designed for health professionals and for the users of those technologies, and yeah, how important a user-friendly interfaces are also in medicine, where this was and still is not the case most of the times, I would say, for the professional side. So yeah, that was my first contact with the topic of digital health. And then I got involved with the European Medical Students Association, and we performed the survey that you mentioned also in your little presentation, Antanas, where yeah, it became evident how big this gap actually is between yeah, the willingness and the interest of students to get involved with those topics, and on the other hand, the lack of the course offer. Yeah, that also motivated me to get further engaged with this, and thereby I also learned about the importance of policies and stakeholders, and how many stakeholders we actually have in the field. And I learned about a lot of challenges also, which we will probably discuss later on. Why we still don't have, we still haven't bridged this gap in medical education. Yeah, and during the last years, I also got involved at my university at Charité, where I'm now working with a digital health elective for medical students. So we designed yeah, a module for third-year medical students, and kind of tried to cover the multitude of aspects of digital health, which was also, yeah, a great experience. And we tried to put the focus here on the interprofessional aspect, the multi-professionalism, which is, I agree that this is like one of the core aspects of the digital transformation of healthcare. And yeah, that also showed me again how big the need is, because this of the students that took part in the course, like how big their learning was afterwards, and yeah, the awareness of students that was not present before. So how big the need is also to raise the awareness among students, even though they are interested, sometimes they just don't know about it. Yeah, and now I am I have started as a research associate at the Institute of Medical Informatics. So I'm kind of continuing my research work in patient monitoring and alarm management, and also a little bit in the field of medical education. So we are going to perform a study on, yeah, to kind of provide a first overview on the status quo of learning offers for doctors in Germany regarding digital health and artificial intelligence, and to compare it with the requirements, or yeah, to assess the requirements and the need for competencies and for also course formats in medical education, and thereby derive recommendations for the implementation. So yeah, and that's where I am right now. And I wanted to ask you, Antanas, as well, could you also share your story maybe? I mean, you are also involved in the field, and I think it would be interesting as well.
Okay, thank you for the question, yeah, and for the discussion. So thank you very much all for your insights, how you end up in this field. Very briefly, maybe I will just tell how I got involved. So once I kind of got a bit more involved in pan-European healthcare policies under European Junior Doctors Association, before joining there, that I was really, fascinated about the technology that transforming the healthcare, as we're discussing this during this event. However, sometimes I thought maybe it's just, maybe it's just only in my country that we don't get that training. Maybe, somewhere outside in other countries that there is already training, they have these skills. And then kind of when I joined European Junior Doctors Association, I just learned that there is no training. People are, and medical professionals are not train for that. And I knew that there is a kind of lots of technologies, especially being a radiologist, coming in, and we will need to adapt for a kind of great changes, that's coming even in other fields. There's already we have changes. So, and I learned that we don't have that skills, and I realized that maybe the position I had as a board member or vice president of European Union Doctors, the only thing maybe, or what's the best thing for me would be to advocate for that kind of training, because how I can use my position and my opportunity. So I picked training and education as my priority. And now for the last 2-3 years, I kind of trying actively advocate, learn, meet people who can kind of help us, hopefully in near future, to bring more practical training, not, in different kind of small groups, but at pan-European level. So coming now and trying to steer our discussion now to more practical question, I would like to discuss what are these skills and competencies that we kind of been speaking about that would help us to prepare future-proof doctors and to be better prepared for that digital revolution. So because as I know that you all are involved in healthcare education from a bit different sides, Sebastian was been creating the curriculum in the university, Lina was co-creating that as a student, Mike is also kind of involved in innovation and business side. So it really would be interesting to hear what's your take on the skills and the skill set that we basically will need in the future, because I think we all agree that the healthcare will change. The healthcare is already changing. All the innovation is coming, but the healthcare curricula is still not changed. So what are these skills? So yeah, so whatever goes first, feel free.
Yeah, I think it's a classical competency based approach. I think you mentioned some of the I think major models like the CanMEDS model, and I think this does not completely change in the digital age, but we have to adapt like the Dutch group has done so. And I think it's about knowledge, it's about practical skills, like hands-on skills, and also very much on critical reflection and ethical issues. And I think we have to divide probably digital medicine into separate sections. I think they have an overlapping common, but some are still quite different. And it is different if I do a basic video conferencing by telemedicine, or if I use an AI algorithm to maybe add like a second opinion or a second viewer to a radiology image. So I think we do have to get a broad experience, at least at a basic level, with the major drivers of digital transformation, as in digital communication between doctors and patients or amongst healthcare professionals. We have to have a basic knowledge about health apps and the use of sensors as the opportunity for more advanced data acquisition or even continuous data acquisition, even outside of the medical practice, outside the hospital. We have to know about telemedicine and also about robotics. And I think the biggest influence is really the data-rich medicine and the tools which help us to use that information which is in the data. All of that we have to put into a very, very clear perspective to our profession as doctors. It's not medical informatics 2.0, but rather it's being a doctor in a digital age. I think this is a huge difference. And I think it has a very, very strong connection with clinical medicine, as in working in a hospital, working in an emergency room, working in a medical subspecialty, or working in a GP's office. And we have to do this from our position as doctor with a fundamental understanding for technology, but also for legal and data protection aspects, and most importantly, about the impacts on society and the doctor-patient relationship and among the thing. I think the basic things as being a doctor, as being a good communicator, being a trustworthy patient towards our patient, using our senses, that doesn't change, but we have to add a few things. I think the interesting thing is, normally when we think about educational concept, we have like a basic principles in medical school and then more advanced one during our residency or subspecialization, and then we have maybe specialized courses in the continuous medical education. This principle fundamentally changes, I think, because of the digital transformation. And I think the competencies, I think I mentioned my experience from teaching at medical school, like a basic course, but also more specialized courses on AI, in changing residency programs and starting a digital clinician scientist per residence, or also implementing a continuous medical education concept with the Doctors Association. We have actually a very quite similar need to acquire competencies, and the difference between like a fourth-year medical student and a doctor, maybe 14 years in a GP office, is actually not that different. It's more, the difference might be on an individual basis, but not like you normally say, okay, a medical student in the middle of medical school concerning treatment of maybe a cardiac attack is quite lower than maybe a cardiologist with 5 years of university practice. With digital, that completely changes. And I think we have a basic need to acquire competencies along the life chain of a doctor, as in medical school, residency, continuous education. And we have a basic qualification among that area, but we also have the need for specialized courses which do a deep dive.
Can I just add on to this? I completely agree with that. What just popped to my head was the question whether this will stay that way in the future, or whether this is also just a special situation that we have today because we have this lack of education. My vision a vision for the future may also be that these basic competencies can be taught and learned in the medical curriculum, in the medical studies. So that we do need, at the moment, we do need the basic courses also in continuing medical education. And we need it everywhere because we have this big lack. But in the future, I think it will be possible to have, and I think that was a very important point too, we have to differentiate between the basic competencies and the special needs in apostrophes, because there are a lot of special fields in this digital health field, and we have so many stakeholders, especially I know at the Institute of Medical Informatics, I have a lot of informaticians around me that say, well, but we do need this, and we do need a curriculum which includes the SNOMED interoperability principles and so on. And I think this is a really important discussion that we have to have now, to define the core competencies and the special competencies. Maybe this is also, this can be dependent on the specialty, the medical specialty. But these discussions are so important to have right now, and we have to have them with all the stakeholders, and especially also with the physician chambers, the European doctors, and so on. Yeah, and I wanted to also shed more light, as much light on the aspect of multi-professionalism, and I think the role of the doctor also as a team leader and as a delegator is a very important one. We have that already today, but I think in the future it becomes even more important to oversee the whole team working on the ward or in the practice together, and to be able to delegate tasks, because the medicine will become more and more fragmented, especially with the digital transformation. So the doctor has to be the one that understands the basic functions of all the working processes and oversees the people that are working in those special fields, and be able to delegate and to differentiate between also the responsibilities for different tasks. I think that's a very important competency as well.
I agree with you. I think the reason why, I think most importantly, I think we need this basic qualification for all doctors, no matter if they're in medical school or already 10 years in clinical practice. And this qualification is quite similar, and it doesn't really depend on like a certain app or a certain technology, but rather understanding the principles, how data and new ways of communicating, of new ways of using information changes our clinical profession or our profession as doctors. And I think the reason why we have a similar curriculum or a similar need for basic qualification among the various sections of medical education as medical school to maybe continuous is because we are lacking behind. This was a job that should have started like 15, 20 years ago, and we would have created like a whole generation of doctors which already learned that in medical school. And now, since the transformation kind of like turned into a digital disruption, especially through the COVID-19 crisis, but to a small extent already before, all of a sudden, no matter if you're medical school or you're already 10 years in clinical practice, you realize I need to catch up. This is something which is not science fiction. It's not something for the med informatics guys and girls, but rather it's something for me as a doctor. And I think this basic qualification, we need to do first some catching up, and we need to establish it in all curricula. And I'm happy that we've finally completed that, and we will introduce it at every medical school in Germany. And I think through CPME, we're working on that through every medical school in Europe. And with the medical federations, we basically developed a curricula, and at least on the national level, which address mainly the continuous medical education. With some of the specialties, we're currently talking about the residency programs, and especially about the first 2 years of residency, kind of like as like a foundation for that. But I do really believe the benefit of going a European way, and I'm very happy that Antanas kind of like got us together here today and is involved at many stakes, also because this is not anything which is special for Lithuania or Germany or Portugal or the Netherlands, but it's a great opportunity to get together and think about the future of our profession, the future of medicine, the future of interprofessionalism, the future of maybe not only medicine as treatments and diagnosis, but also health as something which goes way beyond medicine in general. And I think this is something which is well done on a European level, because we have, as Antanas described, and all of us, I think, experience, we have very good practices, and we have very many areas which are lacking behind, and we see the problems that arise from this. So I think it would be a good way to address this even more on a European level.
I mean, I think that, both of you said the most important thing. So we in Witt and Herdecke, we are also developing a digital track right now. So I have already developed a digital track in 2017 at the University Hospital of Hamburg. And what I think what we would for sure implement there is that the part of business to have a broad understanding, maybe to put that on the basis of what both of you have said, like this broad understanding of how business works. I mean, this is very important. I think more important than it maybe was in the past, because we see so many developments coming from the industry, and they try to influence us and our work. So I think we have to understand what is behind it, what is behind that offer. Is that a good offer, or is it just a good business case, right? So we have to be sure that we can, that these kind of things, they do not influence our work and our decisions, what we use on a patient. And we have to overview why we use this, and this is not triggered by any business or great startup stories, but it has to be triggered by quality and by standard of care in a way. And the second thing I think is very important is that we doctors understand who are our institutions we're working in Germany. So what is the Chambers of Doctor doing? What is the Kassenärztliche Vereinigung doing? There's a very complicated word in English for this, so I forgot about it. Maybe Sebastian, you know. And what are all these institutions doing which have so much power on us, right? So we see that, I think right now, there are so many important decisions to be made. And I don't know how you both feel about it, but I don't think that we are, that these institutions speak really the doctor's language anymore. So, and they kind of maybe not support us the way they should at the moment. So I think we doctors have to really take the reins back into our hands and see how we can deal with all this. So this is maybe only on top of what you both have said, right? And the second thing, or the last thing I would like to mention is the mindset. So we really need a mindset change. What I have seen in the US, people are very open to technology. They're open to think in different formats and think out of the box what health could be. And in Germany, this is still very, very the same old routes, right? So, and I think we have to really open up to this too and understand what patients would like to have, what patient-centered care might be, what it really means to put the patient into the center, which I think is not actually there right now in Germany.
It's amazing to hear your all thoughts, and I couldn't agree more. For me, it's just like music to my ears, because, you know, I think we all kind of agree that it's not only about technology. It's more like about kind of mindset, correct soft skills, ability kind of to be open for change. And I just would like to use the opportunity while I have you all here. You've been involved in creating curriculums for university and even implementing that officially in your university programs. And while we kind of co-organizing this event with the Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, and I know that there are plenty of, you know, people from university who are watching us right now, I would like just to ask you, could you just briefly kind of introduce what have been the biggest barriers for you kind of to enter to the medical curriculum? Because I usually know that it's super packed. Nobody wants to kind of implement new things. They usually say, okay, start with the elective. Then, you know, people and the medical professionals and students, they're kind of only focused on the things that really matter for their final grade. They're not kind of showing up for the elective. So how can we kind of accelerate the adoption of this super important skill or course in the university programs? So yeah, just share
we should use some more digital technologies and produce some great videos people can watch after they have done what is important for their exams. So I mean, we see that in Witten as well. So we have created this great track, and people can choose, would they go to a clinic or would they enter our track? And then we see that the people would go to the clinics because that's what matters at the moment the most. So, so the question would be, how can we transport all this important content, maybe in a, I don't know, digital way? So
we started I started the project in 2016, and spring 2017 we first had the first class basically completing the course, and it was quite a battle to introduce it, and because of all the regulation and the accreditation, and we have a lot of the problems that accreditation. I mean, accreditation is important to ensure quality, but accreditation should not be an inhibitor for innovation and important things and the change of medicine. And I've worked a lot with the at the university level, at the ministry in Germany, where we basically thought, okay, we have to rethink university curricula, not only medicine, but we have to rethink university curriculum in regard to the digital change. And we have to be aware that change is an ongoing process, and that we have to ensure that curricula are open to change. And we already think about slots where we don't even know what will be in the slot in 5 years' time, but we will know there will be something new in that slot. So I think in Germany, we're able now with the federal ministry to bring that thought into it, and also to allow for collaboration beyond individual university. And Lina has already mentioned the AI campus. Like the AI campus was a result of that process, for example, that we said, okay, AI is something, and how about we think AI together and not 38 people or 38 university all have to do the job. And we're now implementing the course AI in Medicine in 3 different formats, fully digital, blended, and also as an innovation course with a hackathon. I think it is a struggle, and I think when you start in the beginning, you really have to look for a gap. And for me, the gap was the elective. The elective was the low-hanging fruit I could pick. And like Maike mentioned, the first course, we were able to have 11 students on the course, and that involved a lot of talking about the course and getting people motivated and sitting in the students association on the couch in the evening and talking about the course and how about you come and join in. Well, 2 semesters later, we had 188 applicants for 12 places. So start with a low-hanging fruit and collaborate with the students together, and we were able to create a very, very popular course which outgrew even the opportunities of sports we could offer. And at the same time, it was a big job at the university level, at the Doctors Association level, at the medical boards and the medical federations, and also the ministries, to say we need to rethink curricula in general in regard to digital change. And we were able in Germany to introduce digital competencies as a core requirement for all medical students through like a 4-year-long process, which I would not like to go through again, which was not very productive. But in the end, we managed to get it into every course, and also it will be part of the final medical exams, and this is important that it actually really will get implemented in the curricula. And I think we know assessment drives learning, and so it is. I think go both routes. Like think about the quick chance to start it and to use an agile approach and re-innovate all the time, and maybe an elective is the low-hanging fruit you need to pick. But then think about also your long-term strategy. And now we also introduce a longitudinal track for all medical students. We offered the opportunity as a digital track, as a digital profile with up to 30 ECTS points, where you can even get a separate bachelor's degree with combined to your medical degree and about digital transformation, and think about, and also really think about also outside the university, like with the Doctors Association, a CME courses about residency, because there's a lot of synergies. Like with the AI Campus project, we use same materials, sometimes for medical students, for residents, and for CME, and sometimes this is able to create a momentum.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think, yeah, for us in Berlin, the awareness of medical students was the biggest problem. We also have the elective, but I don't know how many electives we have. I think we have over 30 different, or not even more, choices for them, for medical students, to choose an elective. So we really have a high competition. And during the last year, we had the case that not enough students chose our elective, although we thought we had done enough for publicity and so on. But I think this underlines all the more how important the students are in that process, and how important it is to raise their awareness for the offers that are there, and also how important maybe the format of your education is, and also what Sebastian and Mike said before, to have innovative formats, to have blended and e-learning opportunities. And hackathons as well. I think this is a really, really interesting format for the future of medical education, because it does not only support these creative and analytic thinking, and also entrepreneurship in medicine, teamwork, and all the soft skills that come with it. It's also possible to have a hackathon. For example, at Charité, we had in the course of over the course of the elective, but also at Charité, like for all employees, we have the aspect of interprofessionalism. So we have doctors, but we also have the nurses. We can have the researchers that have different backgrounds, natural science, and they all work together, and then even could produce a research question, a new research question, or even a new startup idea. And I think it's important also to connect that with the university. So at Charité, we, for instance, have the Berlin Institute of Health that is also part of Charité, and that offers an accelerator for those startup ideas. So so that students and everyone that is interested, also nurses, also other professions, and that teams that have a good idea have the opportunity to carry on with that idea at their local universities, and that they get the support they need for it. And that also then again sheds more light and raises the awareness for the topic and for the format and the educational offer. And I think that is really important also to think about what formats are required to teach which competencies. So to link those two aspects, because we're talking about new competencies. So I think we should also talk about new formats of education and go beyond lectures and seminars, and see the online courses, see the hackathons, see all those communicative and innovative formats that are there, and use them for that.
Thank you. It's really amazing to hear that we need to kind of try to use different approaches and more innovative approaches. However, we still need to aim on more like national level, just to kind of introduce that, not in, spare solution, but just try to go big, starting from small steps, but always aiming for kind of a bit higher approach. And I think, especially for the countries like, Lithuania, when we're small, we have only few medical universities. I think it might be even advantage in this case, while there are a lot of experience already in the field. And sadly, our time is kind of running. We are running out of time. I think we will focus on the questions that we have from our people who watch us. And so one of the questions has been really interesting. I think it's quite a wide question. So I would be really grateful if we could try to kind of answer in few sentences, or just few ideas. So, any advice from the panel members, the medical educator and clinician looking for tools, tricks, tips to improve their teaching clinical work? Are there any tools available that you perhaps have used? So I know it's a really wide question, but maybe you just kind of can give a very brief overview.
I think I think it's a really good idea to start from your perspective as a clinician. It might be that you're a dermatologist and maybe AI in skin cancer detection is maybe something that pops up, or maybe you're a gynecologist or obstetrician where maybe cycles tracking might be something where patients ask you about, or maybe your colleagues ask you about. And I think it's when you think about an innovative education, start with the clinical problem, start to create curiosity, and start with one of those case examples, and then maybe think about how technology and transformation offers new opportunities, maybe like a short input. And then I think for me, moving to a hands-on, testing those technologies, maybe from a patient's perspective, from a doctor's perspective, is, I think, a very good next step, because even if people have never used a digital technology or an AI algorithm, everybody has an opinion on it. And we see, we've done like interviews with every single student who's been on our calls, and we're currently noticing that there's basically a lot of misperception, as in hype, or also people who think negatively about those technologies, and both things are not the true picture. So I think start with a clinical problem, give a little bit of input, but then move to the hands-on session. Don't go into theoretical discussions for 45 minutes or so. Give like a 5-minute input that everybody is on board what we're talking about, and then let them use it. Let them use it as a doctor, but also let them use it from the patient's perspective. and then go into a critical reflection. And I think this has been a format we've been using in variations for everything from digital communication tools, from telemedicine, from apps with sensors to AI algorithms. And I think this is a format which is simple to learn, and it works. And use the critical reflection, bring interesting people in from startups, from data protection, from patients as teachers, and also from colleagues of different healthcare professionals. I think creating an environment where you can experience and exchange. I think this is what teaching for me is all about. It's not a one-way street where somebody has the knowledge and gives a 45-minute presentation, but it's about giving an area, a room where you can experience and exchange your ideas and emotions. This creates curiosity, and that leads to learning, which goes well beyond a 45-minute or a 90-minute teaching session. But you need to give people a little bit of a push for a learning journey that continues for many, many years.
Yeah, I think it's really a lot about the inspirational part, like Sebastian said. So if you are inspired and if you like that topic, then you will start searching for sources, and then you will see how the development goes, and you will follow that yourself. I think that's the most important part, what we could reach. So us as educators, I think if we kind of set a little flame and then it burns by itself, I think that's the best thing we could do. And I do actually the same, like Sebastian said. We start with a practical example, and from there we go and see where it leads us and what it makes with our digital or with our communication skills, with the doctor-patient relationship, with the regulatory part. So we start really from the practical part, and then we move from there. And we also go to sites, where people use it, go to a hospital where it's used, and ask for experiences other people have made.
I have actually nothing more to add, but maybe I can add a little example for the hands-on practice. In our elective in Berlin, we had, for example, wearables that the students could test out, and they had them for a week. And then they should do a little presentation on, how they monitored their health and their sleep and so on. And it's always great. And the students' evaluations are always really, really good. So hands-on is really one of the best formats, I would say, and also to get the inspiration for the technology and the topic.
Yeah, I think in one sentence, learning is experience. Everything else is just information. That's not from me, it's from Einstein. And I think this is a really good principle for any educational thing. Like, don't try to create a one-way street of information. Try to create an area, a room for experience and exchange, and that will lead. There's so much knowledge and so much experience when you bring 10 or 15 medical students in one room, when you bring 10 or 15 doctors in one room, when you bring 10 or 15 different healthcare professionals or people from informatics, from ethics, from data protection in one room. Just create an atmosphere which fosters exchange, and that usually works.
Thank you very much. I think this is a perfect note, to end our panel discussion. I think with such a great panelist, with such an experience, we could kind of continue for another 2-3 hours, and we would still kind of, discuss this topic even further. We haven't touched, the EU policy, the national, international approach, but hopefully we'll have another opportunities to touch these in other conferences. And from just to very briefly wrap it up, I think we learned that there is a great technical skills that we need to equip ourselves. However, the mindset and the soft skills are played hand in hand, and we need to kind of put emphasis on this, because technical skills and technology will change, but the mindset and ability to adapt that to your kind of clinical practice are the core competencies from what I learned from you. We also know now that there are plenty of great experiences that we can go to learn from friends in Germany, Netherlands, UK, and we can definitely implement that in our countries. And yeah, so thank you very much. I think the future is bright. We still have a lot of things to do, a lot of things to learn, to teach, but hopefully this panel discussion will inspire our medical students, our teachers, medical doctors, just to focus more on this field, because without education, without proper understanding of technology and how innovation works, we will not be able to use that technologies that we already want to have. So thank you very much. Now Lucas, who's gonna run the rest of the sessions, will take over, and I hope that we'll have plenty of opportunities to share your knowledge and experiences more with Lithuanian friends and colleagues. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Antanas, and thank you for all the panelists. I'm not the only one thanking. We can see it in the chat. Ilona is also saying thank you very much for a good panel discussion. So yeah, now we are going to move with we have two last presentations for today. As I know, they are going to be very much practical, and so I'm looking forward to hear it. Edvardas Satkauskas, CEO at Vaizduotė, is going to present us in a moment. Would you let a robot to take a COVID test? An exciting topic and kind of intriguing. Edvardas Satkauskas is an entrepreneur with more than 10 years of experience in medtech industry, head of Vaizduotė, a company developing medtech, robotic and control solutions in Lithuania. So I'm saying hi to Edvardas. Hi, Edvardas.
Hello. Hi, Lucas. Hi, everyone.
Good to see you in every conference which has something to do with medical and technologies. Edvardas is a common participant. So, Edvardas, I think the stage is yours, and we are listening to what you have to say about the robots taking the COVID tests. Interesting.
Yes. Okay. Here's my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, just want to make full screen. Yeah. So, thanks for inviting me. I'm the second time presenting something on a similar topic, and maybe there will be more and more different topics, but this is what we do in our company Vaizduotė, and we use Vaizduotė, or imagination in English, for innovation, and mostly we use it for medical device development. And within Vaizduotė, or using Vaizduotė, using our company and using different technologies, we can create many interesting things. And we can see invisible, hear the inaudible, and we create the intangible. And that's actually literally because if you take a spectrum of electromagnetic waves, only a very small part of it is visible, and quite a wide range of different wavelengths are used in different kinds of technologies, especially used in medicine. You all know very well X-ray, ultraviolet, infrared, microwave, in some of the technologies. The same thing is with sound waves. Acoustic is just a part of it. Ultrasound is really widely used in medicine. And by using those technologies and many others, we create intangibles, meaning the intellectual property or the medical technologies themselves. And we collaborate with many companies, and we do develop our own products. We develop products in collaboration with startups, and starting from ultrasound-based neurodiagnostic devices to some other wavelengths like ultraviolet therapy for psoriasis treatment, or some innovative technologies for surgical theatre lighting solutions. So those are just small examples of what we do or where we have experienced, and we do quite a lot of different automatization tasks or devices that do automatic measurements, and down to really complicated teleoperated robotic systems for surgery. So this field is particularly interesting for us, robotics in medicine, and I was invited here to share my views, or maybe just a brief overview of what's going on there. And with the recent, I'd say, the most recent news and most discussed topic is the COVID-19 pandemic and how it affected the medical devices field. And actually, it did really well because MedTech in 2020, the COVID year, is at record high. Both if we want to see the new technologies introduced into the market and also the money invested into new startups, like if you want to dig in US healthcare venture capital funding for medical devices or medical technologies in general, 2020 was like booming. The same thing is both in Europe and the US medical devices deals for new technologies. The invested amount is at record high. And this requirement for physical distancing, COVID requirement, basically you need to separate yourself in medicine, especially from patients, from other potentially affected people. Then such technologies enabling telemedicine, telemonitoring, Internet of Medical Things, artificial intelligence and robotics, robots can operate independently or be teleoperated from a distance. They kind of have a very different meaning in this time, because those technologies are really needed. And it is the same case as with, for example, the new vaccines introduced into medicine, that without such pandemic and without such need, introduction of such technologies into routine clinical care would probably take way longer than we have now. And this also goes with all the simple solutions, for example, for COVID-19 testing. And I've been looking at solutions proposed worldwide, how to make it automatic, how to make it robotic. And we can see quite different levels of autonomy of the technical solutions suggested. Starting from very basic isolation of patient and clinician, just creating physical barrier, like example in India, to a robotic solution for nasal swabbing controlled by a patient. So basically it's a robot, but it's controlled by a patient himself or herself. So you have full control of how you want to move the swab and when to retract it and how deep you can go, etc. So one step further is the same thing, except that the robot is controlled by a clinician. So there are a couple different solutions, or maybe even quite a lot of them. I just cannot put everything in one slide, but this approach that clinician remotely operates the device and takes a sample has been tested both in Korea, China, and some other countries, both for nasal swab and for throat swab sampling. And the most autonomous robots were developed in Denmark and in Taiwan. One of them takes a throat sample, another takes autonomous nasal swab. And so it's a good question. For example, from patient's perspective, which one would I choose, or which one would you choose? And I asked my colleagues out of curiosity, and so basically it's usually the answer is rather conditional. So maybe I could trust the fully autonomous robot, but I want to see more. I want to kind of have a better knowledge of what sensors are there, how the device is designed, etc. When there is human involved, and especially when this patient himself in control, it's less of hesitation, and maybe those technologies could be used later on. But taking a COVID test is rather simple task, and actually, it's, if you look to pandemics, it's not really a biggest bottleneck there. And some researchers took this question from different perspective and analyzed if where is the bottleneck. And apparently quite a lot of effort and quite big challenges to analyze all the tests collected manually or robotically or whatever case. You overload the labs doing the analysis of the tests. And the team in Netherlands have developed a new robot, the Strip1, which automatically processes the PCR tests, the gold standard tests. And it has the capacity to process up to 20,000 test samples per 24 hours. And this is actually huge, and it is now designed for COVID tests, but it can be adopted to any pandemic or any situation to test different kinds of tests, which follow the similar principle of testing. And this step actually shows how technology can help in solving actual problem, or really big problem, because taking a sample sounds like a funny thing to do or nice thing to do, but if you look at the problem, then this solution actually solves something. And probably there are way less people who would be hesitant or saying that such technology is not needed. If we can make routine operations automatic, we should, and if we can increase capacities of our testing, we should, and that's what's done, and I think it's very cool technology. And there are many other fields, like routine works in hospitals or wherever, where robots can take over or can do some simple tasks. I'm not saying that the robots themselves, all of them are simple, but they can perform rather simple tasks like cleaning, disinfecting, delivering, working as a receptionist, or even providing connection between doctor or the family. And this especially required in pandemic times when you need to have this physical distancing and telepresence, either for a doctor or your relative, if you're in the hospital, etc., makes a difference, and it's easily solvable. And you just don't need to be physically there. And probably all of us learned during those times how we can perfectly work remotely, how some of the tasks can be done automatically, and maybe we don't even need to do any other tasks. So we can leave those for technology. And actually, pandemic did really well for such technologies because our acceptance of such tools when we really need them really increased, and we are really faster to say yes to something like this than it would be the case like 2-3 years ago. And that actually is also demonstrated in numbers, because if we take a look at medical robots, how do they perform recent years, and how their use is increasing recently, it's getting pace, and they're becoming more popular. But those robots performing small tasks, or rather uncomplicated tasks, even though technologies behind may be really sophisticated, those are not the most expensive or neither the most complicated robots, neither they take the biggest part of medical robotics in the field. And the king there is surgical robots. It is ever increasing trend in medtech, and the flag here belongs to Da Vinci system, the laparoscopic surgery system, which actually paved the way to robotic surgery in general. And now success of Da Vinci system, success of Intuitive Surgical kind of led to all major players or major names in the device industry to look for robotic technologies, to do some acquisitions and maybe establishing new companies to release new surgical systems. And that goes all the way through the spectrum. You can take laparoscopic surgery, orthopedic, like ROSA knee system, or some spine surgery. We have some eye surgery devices, etc. So this is really getting pace. And probably the core reasons why those are getting more popular are not related to COVID, even though sometimes those technologies would be very beneficial in pandemic times. And as an example is the area we work in is endovascular surgical robots. A problematic there is that a clinician or a doctor, a surgeon who does endovascular surgery has to work under X-ray radiation every day. And that increases risk of cancer, orthopedic injuries. Some of them die because of occupational hazards. And this problem has to be addressed despite the pandemic. So you would want to take out the surgeon of operating room because of X-ray radiation, first of all. And then as a second benefit probably would be if you want to, stay away from the patient, if that's possible in pandemic times, or even have more benefits like telemedicine. You can operate it not only from different room, but maybe in the future from a different hospital. So the problematic is clear. However, solutions are not that sophisticated as of today. There were quite a lot of attempts to find a solution. Some of them are withdrawn from the market as not successful, like, for example, Magellan robotic system, which was introduced in 2012. Some of them are continuing and getting pace. For example, the Corindus CorePath robot, who the company was recently acquired by Siemens Healthineers for quite an impressive sum of money. And there are some newcomers like Robocath, which was recently got in joint ventures with some Chinese corporation. But those are not very widespread systems in the market. And the biggest company, the CorePath, only installed some 70 systems worldwide. In comparison with Da Vinci, it's like they have thousands, like 5,000 devices out there, and it's only 70 systems. So it clearly demonstrates that the clinical need is not met here. And the main problems are the usability. It's like those systems kind of want to make a doctor or a surgeon a video gamer. So instead of doing an endovascular operation with two feedbacks, the visual and the haptic feedback via the tools, via the wires and guide wires, a doctor only have the visual feedback and basically a joystick to navigate the devices. And that's also not the worst part, because the worst part probably is that you cannot do the whole procedure automatically. So you would still need to be there. You would need to run back and forth to operating room and do some part of procedure, and then only to kind of part of procedure, half of procedure can be done robotically. And that creates really not that favorable cost-benefit ratio, and those systems do not spread very wide. And we are working on this question. We developed an innovative robotic system, Marionette. We are collaborating with endovascular surgeons here in Lithuania, and in collaboration with a startup company, Innovative Medicina, we developed a robotic system which can provide haptic feedback to a surgeon. So a surgeon kind of manipulates the robot with the same tools as it would in a normal manual procedure. So basically, you control the robot with the guide wires and catheters, and you still have the same feeling if if there is resistance in the vessel, if you can go there, you can do very precise movements and still have a very, very fine feeling of what's happening in the patient side. So in this case, you kind of separate yourself from a patient, you separate yourself from dangerous X-rays, and potentially you open up possibilities to work not only from other room, but from maybe different hospital in the future. And the next developments go on and on with the introduction of some artificial intelligence with automation of some routine or simple tasks, for example, retraction of catheter, etc. So this is a very interesting project. We're investing quite a lot of time and effort in it. And we believe in a bright future of robots. And we believe that this COVID-19 pandemic did pave a way to fast adoption of robots and maybe for faster, for increasing of autonomy of robots. I picked this picture I borrowed this picture from internet. Robots, surgical robots probably won't look like this in the future, but in any case, it's a funny picture. Currently, robotic systems used in hospitals are either robotic at robotic assistance level, or some of them have task level autonomy. Basically, they can do some simple tasks autonomously, but with supervision of a doctor. In the future, probably this level of autonomy will increase, and we'll move from supervised autonomy when the surgeon is only guarding if everything is good, to high-level autonomy where human surgeon only approves the procedure and then supervises it, and then full autonomy maybe in far future with no fallback option where the robot does it all. But we really need quite a lot of data before that, quite a lot of development in all the domains in robotic, telemedicine, artificial intelligence, even Internet of Medical Things, because we need to collect data. We need data to support our decisions. And this is future, but we're getting there. So thanks so much. I believe the pandemic will pass someday, but I also believe the robots will stay. And we are working on on technologies that would happen. So thank you very much. That was my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Yes, thank you, Edvardas. Always interesting to hear what the Lithuanian companies are working on. And yeah, probably the robots are here to stay. So I'm looking at the chat. If anyone has any questions, yes, there are a few. Let's wait for a moment. Maybe we'll have some more. And it's interesting to hear from the audience to answer the main question by Edvardas. Would you let a robot take a COVID test? And funnily enough, I had to take a test a few days ago, since I received a message that I was in a contact. That's why I'm here at home, not in my office. And because of lack of the test, I had to take a test myself. So I got that thing to do it myself, and I had to put the thing in my nostrils, which wasn't very pleasurable, not a lot of pleasure in that. So I think I would definitely allow a robot do that instead of doing that myself. So that's my take on the answer.
Would you allow the fully autonomous robot to take the test, or you would prefer to be supervised by a clinician, for example?
I think I would go with the fully autonomous.
Okay.
Would still be okay. I would still expect here in Europe for it to be tested, and you know, and so on. The only drawbacks I think of that technology is that if it fails at some point at some patient once, it kind of very much decreases in the respect of the technology. Since if a nurse does something bad, you can blame it on her being, I don't know, not focused, or maybe she's bad at her work on that day. But if a robot does something bad, then you expect for all the robots for that technology to be generally, lacking something. So that's a problem of trust in robots, I guess. Yeah. And Eduardo, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear
sorry,
you.
I thought it's a disconnection. So we have a question from Algimantas. They develop marionette system for endovascular robotic system. Which cath lab they collaborate with?
We mostly work with, I would not say cath lab because we collaborate with people. So we mostly collaborate with clinicians from Santaros clinics in Vilnius, because one of the founders of the company, which started this, is a vascular surgeon in Santaros clinics.
Yeah. So thank you, Algimantas, for your answer. It looks like we don't have any more questions. So I will thank you, Edvardas, once again for a presentation. Really interesting insights on what robots can do and can do in a very near future. So thank you very much again, and we are going to move with the presentations. Thank you. Yes, and now we have the last presentation for today. Thanks again, Algimantas, for your question. I'm really glad to have this in the chat room. So really, if anyone has any more questions, just write it down and I'm going to ask. The last presentation of today before our pitch session is by Kasparas Aleknavičius, a healthcare futurist at Kilo Health. He's going to talk about the rise of digital therapeutics, current market and future perspective. Kasparas previously worked on HER system implementation and as a healthcare data analyst. He is currently working in emerging health technology assessment role as an advisor for medical data-based products and futurist. Let's hear from Kasparas. What does that exactly mean? Hi, Kasparas.
Hi, Lucas.
How are you? Is it also snowing in where you are now?
I'm in Vilnius, and it's actually not.
Yeah. So okay, and then in south of Lithuania we already have snow. So Kasparas, okay, futurist. What do you mean by that? Healthcare futurist.
Okay, that's defined by my thought process during work. I always begin with the end in mind or with a vision in mind. So that's actually how I do all of my things.
So you think a lot about future?
Yes, okay. I do.
Okay, so the rise of digital therapeutics. Let's hear from Kasparas Aleknavičius. And we will be back in 20 or so minutes with the questions. So, Kasparas, the stage is yours.
Okay. Do you see the screen?
Yeah, we can see the slides.
So, yeah, I'll try to get you acquainted with digital therapeutics, what they are, how do they work, where the market is going, and I will refer to them as DTX along the way. This is split into 4 parts. The first part is going to be the longest one, and the last 3 are going to be way much shorter. But at the same time, those last 3 parts are the most important things that I wanted to share today. But in order to get to them, we have to cover the first part. Since digital therapeutics sounds a bit like a buzzword, I have to clear this out of the way. Years ago, nobody said digital health. It was healthcare IT, then we moved to e-health, then m-health. Now we are in digital health, and it's a great thing. Those concepts evolve, but really, I do really hope that digital health is here to stay, and DTX is called digital therapeutics because of that. I am not the only one hoping for that. There is a international trade organization called Digital Therapeutics Alliance. They are, in my opinion, doing a very good job in categorizing all those digital health solutions. Categorization is really important because it helps for adoption and raising awareness and generally for all the world to be on the same page. We can start in the middle of this picture from wellness and support apps. We all know what they are. We have 500,000 of them in app stores. Moving to the right to diagnostic and monitoring solutions. This is where we are starting to go into the area of clinical evidence. The great example of monitoring and diagnostic solution would be telehealth. And the last category called the therapeutic interventions. It is basically, it is the category that digital therapeutics fall into. And from here, we can establish that DTX is a therapeutic intervention. This is another way of looking into it by saying that DTX is part of bigger field of digital medicine. And as I mentioned before, this category relies on clinical evidence. And those umbrella terms cover software and hardware solutions, but we should know that DTX is therapeutic intervention driven by software. And this is wrapping everything up because the one thing that truly distinguishes digital therapeutics from other digital health software solutions is that DTX have the luxury to claim that they are treating a disease or managing it, and they are delivering a meaningful clinical outcome. And in order to make those claims, they have to be supported by clinical trials and real-world outcomes. So this is the current situation in today's world. It seems perfect for DTX to emerge. We have technological trend, Moore's law, continuing. It means we're having more and more capacity on storage and computing power, as well as advancements in sensory technologies, Internet of Things. And we all have that at a lower and lower cost. And on the right side, we have Eroom's law, depicting a situation of drug molecule development, which is lengthy, expensive, and high-risk venture in today's world, and it is slowing down. So this gives us a perfect recipe for market disruption and perfect environment for DTX to emerge. So by now, we established that DTX is a software which is delivering a clinical outcome and has the luxury of claiming to treat a disease. It can do it in two self-explanatory ways. One is medical augmentation. It means that DTX is used together with conventional therapy. And the other way is medical replacement, meaning that DTX is used instead of traditional therapy options. Today, DTX is being superior to conventional therapy, either in combination or alone. There is a lot of evidence of DTX improving symptoms, treatment adherence, and of course, the cost and time savings. And on the right side, we have a current market focus on behavioral change. This is the biggest use case being exploited right now with a lot of proven clinical success. And talking about behavioral change and clinical success, we can jump right into the examples. One of the first ones that forged their way into DTX area is Omada Health. They hyper-designed the app for prediabetics, and that solution included year-long education, counseling, personalized coaching, connected the glucose monitoring devices, and it was all interconnected into one app or platform to provide the insights for the patient and to guide the patient on how to manage his blood sugar and how to lower it. And from clinical trials, we saw that this app really works, and it works better than traditional counseling. And I have to mention here that this wasn't a digitalization of currently available educational programs. It was a fresh and new approach of guiding a patient by analyzing his internal and external triggers and motivations. And patients tended to go back from pre-diabetic ranges to normal glucose ranges. They also maintained the average of 5% body weight loss after 3 years of clinical studies. You can see the results of the Omada Health study compared to traditional counseling. We can take a look at HbA1c reduction, but overall the great result is just doubling up the number of participants who achieved a greater than 5% weight loss. And this is all because of a novel app approach and app design. So being a physician, when I see a person who qualifies for Omada, I can prescribe him Omada and let him go home while believing that it will deliver meaningful clinical outcome. Another great example is Peer Therapeutics. They created an app for substance use disorders. They actually created 2 separate apps. One is specifically designed for opioids. And this app is meant to be used together with conventional therapy. And it includes guidance and recommendations for people using buprenorphine, And it also includes contingency management, which means that a person is rewarded for his positive behavior. And the results speak for themselves. On this slide, basically, we're showing that we have a much better clinical outcomes for patients with an app than without it. So Pear Therapeutics came a first prescription DTX approved by FDA, and now it can be prescribed by a physician to a certain qualifying patients. On the left side, on the left table, we can see the 14% increase in treatment retention. And on the right side, we can see the abstinence rate just doubling up. And all that is because a patient is using a simple mobile app together with a conventional therapy. Another great example of DTX being used together with conventional therapy is Propeller. It's designed for asthma and COPD treatment. So they basically attach the sensors to all the inhalers that patient has. And based on the usage of these inhalers, they give insights for the patients about disease triggers. And they give also insights for healthcare providers about how the treatment is going on so they can intervene timely if there is any problem. And they do it very well. On the left, we can see the daily rescue inhaler usage. Patients were monitored for 1 year and compared to traditional care models. And the Propeller intervention just cutting numbers in half, resulting in more than 50% less inhaler usage. On the right, we can see all those emergency department and hospitalization visits. They're also cutting everything in half. And this results in tens of millions of dollars of savings for the patients, for the providers, for the insurance. And this is all because a patient is using a mobile app. That's enough with the examples, and let's talk about the rules of the DTX market. The main two barriers are shown in this slide. Those are the barriers for entering the market. Regulations and reimbursement practices, they are either non-existent at all in some countries or very new in other countries. And the clinical adoption barrier is quite self-explanatory. So Germany is doing a great job. Germany introduced its regulatory and reimbursement framework for DTX. The process is quite clear, but with a lot of requirements. You must have a CE mark first. To be marked as a medical device, and then you can submit an application to Drugs and Medical Devices Institute. They will review it, and you will be placed in the apps on prescription category. So this slide is showing the current situation with application count of 65 and the review results of 12 positive decisions. 12 apps are placed in that apps on prescription category. Germany is also doing a very good job in letting smaller companies to enter. They can apply early, and they have 12-month period to supply their application with all the necessary documents. And those documents include evidence regarding data security, manufacturing quality, interoperability, as well as, of course, the clinical trials about their medical benefit for the patient. And when you are placed in that apps on prescription category, the result is that an app can now be prescribed to around 73 million patients and be reimbursed by the insurance. On the other side of the ocean, there is not so very different world in terms of regulations. We can actually skip this big table on the left and focus just on the right part. You are not a medical device if you have nothing to do with health. Then moving down, if you start making some claims regarding wellness or tracking body measurements, you are actually a medical device, but not the one which requires all those strict regulations from FDA, mainly because you're not claiming any clinical benefit with your app. You just have many disclaimers in your marketing, and many words may or may not. And if you want to make a medical claim that your app can diagnose or that your app can analyze the data and provide the solution to treat a disease, you're falling in ASMD category, software as a medical device category. And you fall also into a class according to your risk and intended use. But regarding reimbursement in the US, it's completely different topic while compared to Germany, mainly due to very complex and commercial healthcare system. You can see in this table, there are different payers that can pay for your app in different colors. Those two on the left in the bluish colors are national insurance programs, Medicare and Medicaid. And we also have commercial plans, integrated delivery networks, self-insured employers. They all can pay for your app, and there are many ways to get reimbursed. But in order to do that, you have to go into a lengthy B2B sales cycle and sell the clinical and economic benefit directly to them. And this process isn't particularly easy. You can see on the right side a list of challenges that you will encounter and have to be ready for. And different payers have different financial incentives. For example, if you are approaching a commercial health plan in the US, they usually have a requirement for you to provide the clinical and cost-saving value in 1 year timeframe, because those plans are only valid for 1 year and they are not seeing any value in reimbursing your app, but not collecting the cost savings of that app in case the patient chooses another commercial plan. So this is particularly a hard case with chronic diseases. And but at the same time, you have more opportunities for the initial rollout of your product. And despite those differences between countries and healthcare systems, it all narrows down to the high barrier of entering the market. It's all summed up in here, from being a medical device and regulated like one, to having clinical trials with proven clinical value, to having health economic outcomes research and collecting real world evidence about the usage of your app. And all those requirements, they staying on top of the best software manufacturing practices and your technological stack. The clinical adoption is very important part of it, especially if you're trying to be a DTX provider. This is especially your problem. But it's quite self-explanatory and a lot of common sense in here. So let's just keep in mind that majority of the healthcare providers now are not digital natives. So it is a technical and technological burden for them after all. So this was the first part. Hope now you know what I'm talking about and understand clearly what's behind the sentence saying that DTX is a software-based clinical intervention, which is delivering clinical outcome. And we can move on into more inspiration and excitement-driven parts. For me personally, I get a sense of inspiration, and it's really fun to watch those big established and hundreds of billions worth of companies doing the things for the first time and learning from each other. And both app developers and pharmaceutical companies going into new partnerships and joint ventures just to create digital therapeutics. The pharmaceutical companies are learning what is UX, UI, and user-centered design, and app developers are learning what randomized control trial is. And I think they're bringing the best of both worlds. Pharmaceutical companies are bringing the decades of the know-how from clinical research. App developers are bringing the software creation best practices. And this match will result in great compromises. We will see more and more users interested in clinical trials. And developers will realize that you cannot move fast and break things while delivering medicine. And moving into the excitement zone, I'd like to say that there isn't any know-how and that you get to create one if you start now. Despite some regulations exist and they will change by seeing what's working and what's not. And as for creating the know-how, the Kilo Health, a great example, Kilo Health becoming a member of Digital Therapeutics Alliance. And by doing that, we actually get to say our word and influence the new FDA regulations because Digital Therapeutics Alliance will advocate our stance on a federal level in US. On the other hand, everybody is quite unsure how this is going to roll out. But if you enter market early, you get to define it. You get to shape the market, which is already being done by the existing DTX solutions. This is a table of territories being explored now in DTX, showing that developers can pursue this specific therapeutic area, or they can focus on technological solutions for it. But the main thought that comes to my mind while looking at this table is that now you get to create anything you want and anyhow you like it. Because in the future, you might not be able to. When the market gains saturation and more competition, I expect DTX companies protecting their original ideas of function execution or even design solutions. We will be more constrained by the regulations because they have a tendency to get tighter and tighter. And in 10 years, those regulations might even result in mandating software developers on functions which must be included while creating DTX for specific diseases. And I named it here the digital composition requirements. So that's for the closure. We will rely more and more on software. It will make us rethink on how we deliver the healthcare services. And from the lessons learned, we will supply software solutions with new functions.
Yeah. Thank you, Kasparas. Thank you for a very interesting and very down-to-earth presentation. I would imagine that for those who are working in medical fields, you could have grabbed quite a lot of inspiration on what's happening in the field and where are some more spaces to grow, basically. I'm wondering if we have any questions in the chat. If no, I go with mine. So I was wondering, there are so many apps in the health field, and there are news coming up every month or so. How do these apps what actually drives the competition of these apps? If you're a marketer of this kind of an app, what are you looking for? Positive reviews, approvals by FDA and different institutions, as many as you can get, or simply that's a question of a budget of marketing? So how do they diversify between itself, since there are so many and they can look quite similar actually in their functions?
Well, the wellness apps, which are not making medical claims, they usually, you choose the addressable market of your app. You choose a problem which you're solving. And of course, many of them are using aggressive marketing strategies. Yeah, but becoming digital therapeutics is quite more like an idea which you have to pursue to be like on the higher end of software quality.
Yeah, so you think that if you get approved, which is of course a very challenging and painstaking, I can imagine, process. So then what? You get approved, you create the app, and you're good to go. You don't have to invest in the marketing and reaching out.
No, this comes with a dedication and a responsibility actually for software developers. You cannot just quit and kill the project. Well, technically you can, but in the sense of good practices, you cannot. No, when you launch such product and get approved, you collect the data of how users are using it, and you can improve. You can improve the functions, deliver new functions. And this is all just repeating the stage 4 of approvement because you are adding new functions to your software in order to make it better.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to stick on my marketing questions, which are maybe interesting for me. We have comments in the comment section. Vytautas is saying legenda, Andrius Pleškaitis is saying cool, and Monica has a question. As a Kilo Health, are you searching for a particular As Kilo Health, are you searching for a particular digital health technology which you would like to develop in the future? Are you working on something?
Yes, we are, but it is a part of a plan to cover whole medicine, just everything. We have a luxury to do that.
Yeah,
we
what
are
do you mean by
focused.
that?
We're focused also on chronic diseases like cardiovascular health and cancer.
Looks like you cannot tell us more about it at the moment. Can you?
No.
Yeah, I thought so. Yes, Augmented is also saying, nice presentation, Kasparas. No questions, just that thumbs up. Same here. It was interesting to catch up on the field. I was wondering, like, what is the big challenge in your work? So you have to have a grasp of the field of what's happening, what's going to happen next, right? So what do you put your head around during your working days? What do you think about the most? What are the challenges that you want to find answers at in your work?
So mainly the non-existent know-how makes it a little bit harder.
How does that
happen? Excuse me?
How does this happen? Like, you don't know what to know. So how do you look for it?
Well, it's new. DTX is so new that there isn't even any skeptical information on the internet about it.
Okay.
So you're just going with the market and learning from it, and you get to say your word, actually.
Okay, so since we don't have any more questions, I think we can call this a day. And thank you once again, Kasparas Aleknavičius, healthcare futurist at Kilo Health, rise of digital therapeutics, a very new thing for me. So maybe that's one of the reasons why we don't have many questions, since it's such a new thing for a lot of us, I would guess. And Kilo Health powered the pitch session, which is going to happen very soon at 3 o'clock. After a short break, they gave the prizes for the first 3 places. So I would like to thank you, Kasparas, and thank you all for watching. And we are going to have a new link for our pitch session. So everyone, if you were registered for this event, you might have received it in your email. The problem is we cannot send it in YouTube stream comment because YouTube doesn't allow links. So be sure to chat to find the pitch session link, maybe in LSMO YouTube channel or Facebook, so you can find it there. And we are going to be back at 3 o'clock pitch session. We have around 7 participants, 3 judges, and they are going to judge the ideas which were presented by them. And we are going to the first 3 places are going to win some prizes. So be sure to be there. It's going to be very fast, very intense, and hopefully very interesting. So see you at 3 o'clock, everyone.